show hosted by privateproperty.co.za and sponsored by Absa, FNB and Nedbank. I'm Samantha Kumalo, host, of course, of the Private Property Podcast, and I'm so excited to be with you this afternoon. I think this next 2 days promises to be quite an interesting, very learning-filled experience for all of us, and I do hope that in the course of the next 2 days, a lot of you at home are going to be interacting with us as we bring you the virtual property show. Now, it's no doubt that this year has challenges. I don't think any of us would have thought that we'd certainly be having the virtual property show on a virtual platform. As you know, we wanted to be bringing it, to Cape Town, Durban, Joburg, and really in from different parts of the country. Now, I think one of the very exciting things about property is so many of us want to learn so much. I mean, I know that even when I speak to the various experts on the Private Property Podcast, and we'll talk a little bit about that. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the podcast, and of course, there are probably some who are thinking, what is she talking about? Well, I'll let you in on what I'm talking all about a bit later on. But one of the things that you can certainly look forward to with this, virtual property show is, of course, the line of experts that we've got in store for you. I mean, these are people who are the creme of the property industry, who have so much experience and expertise to share with us. And I always learn so much from, so many of them. I've had the pleasure of even interviewing some of them on the Private Property Podcast, and there's always something to learn. When it comes to, property, you'll be certainly looking at things like getting a better sense of, the financial services. As you can see, of course, the virtual property show is sponsored by, the major banks, your FNB, your Nedbank, as well as Absa. And so we'll be getting to hear from financial services. And I know that so many of us probably struggle when it comes to getting the right answers from the banks. I mean, it's so difficult sometimes to get the right response. Well, we've got them right here and in the comfort of your home, and you'll be able to ask them, the various questions that have been do not want to miss out on. So do make sure that as you participate for the next 2 days, that you jot down some of the questions that you essentially have, and make sure that you slide into the DMs of the different speakers that you want to speak to. Well, and oftentimes when we, of course, having a property show in a physical venue, this would be the opportunity for me to do a few timekeeping exercises, and one of them, of course, would be letting you know where the toilets are, where the exits are. Well, we're all in the comforts of your home. I'm also in my own home, so you know exactly where your toilet is, and you know where the exit is in the event of a fire. Of course, we hope that there's not going to be any fire or any emergency. And I think one of the other big things is you're probably maybe relaxing. Maybe you've even decided I'm going to take a half day because I really want to get stuck in to this virtual property show. Maybe you're having, a glass of champagne, or perhaps your cider or your beer. So really do sit back and relax, and I think look forward to some of the really interesting and innovative, things that we certainly do have in store for you. And I think one of the very big things certainly for us is it's so important, for you at home to get a sense of the different pressure points that you have when it comes to your own property journey, and of course get a better sense of how to mitigate. But before I even get into some of that, we are of course doing this for the first time. Maybe some people are still getting used to, okay, what's this platform? How does it work? How do I even navigate it? We've been telling you sign up, probably very excited, and now you're thinking, okay, so how does this thing actually work? Well, it's actually very easy. I think one of the very big things is there are essentially 5 major features in your tab at home. So there's the reception area, which essentially has the general event information, so you'll be able to see who's speaking, what they're going to be speaking about. And then, of course, there's the main stage, which is exactly where you are right now. And here you're going to, certainly be entertained. You'll be hearing from myself. There are also going to be other, MCs who'll keep you company, who are very funny, man. I always say I'm not that funny, but somebody who's very funny will also be able to keep you entertained is also here. And of course, we've got our exhibitors who, I think I'd certainly urge you to go through to the exhibitors who'll be ready to answer all of your property questions. These are the experts who are, some of them are attorneys, some of them are, of course, property inspectors, and they really do have a wealth of knowledge. And I think do not underestimate that there's no such thing as a stupid question. I still get asked, questions around, can you negotiate down a purchase price? Of course you can. I know lots of you are probably viewing your properties on privateproperty.co.za, which is fantastic, and you see a price. Are you able to negotiate that price down? That's certainly something that you can do. Well, those are some of the things that our exhibitors are going to, talk you through and certainly help you through. So it's so important for you to go up to them, ask them the questions that sometimes you're probably too scared to ask on a public platform, and you thought, this is now my opportunity. I've got the right person who'll be able to help me understand this particular issue just a little bit better. And of course, what is a property show or any event for that matter without networking? And I think one of the big things that we certainly do urge you to do is to network. And people really will show, I think if you look at a person's profile, you'll be able to get a better sense of who they are. Network with the people that you're going to be meeting right here. Unfortunately, you don't have the benefit of physically being with them, but we've been living in a digital era for the past couple of months. I think a lot of us are now used to sliding into the DMs and starting those conversations. And it's such an important skill for us to be able to do, especially because the reality is this is probably now a bit of our new norm. Understanding how to work in the digital era is just so important. I see some of your messages. I see how excited you are to be part of the virtual property show. Lebogang, I see you. I see you, Adrian, and thank you so much, Nonde. I also see you, Yax. I see you. And of course, we're so excited to see so many of you. Do drop us some messages if you've just joined in. I know we've been counting down to this virtual property show. I'm sure many of you at home have been, anticipating this event because there are some burning questions that you certainly want to ask. One of the things that I also want to ask you at home is, where are you in your property journey? One of the very big things about the virtual property show is that it's not just for people who are already property investors. I think, oftentimes people get intimidated because you think, I'm going to attend this event, but everybody there is already an expert. They've been at this property game for a while, but that's not the case with this event. It doesn't matter whether you're at the very beginning of your property journey where you're still just researching, you still just want to know enough before you make that informed decision. So you could be a buyer, you could be a seller, you could be a very active investor who's got a few properties in your portfolio. Perhaps now you're looking to grow and scale your property portfolio. You could even be a renter. Perhaps, buying is not in your horizon, let's say for the next 2 to 5 years, but it might be something that you want to do. You want to understand certain things about being a tenant. You want to understand, the nature, for example, of the lease agreement that you're going to be signing with the different landlords that you might have as you're still renting. So really the beauty of this virtual property show brought to you by Private Property is that it caters for everyone. It doesn't matter where you are in your property journey. And that's why it's so important for us to say, ask whichever question that you want to ask, especially to the experts. They're here to help. I've met quite a number of them. They've been very excited, for this virtual property show. And they're also quite eager to hear some of your interesting questions and to hear about your property journey. So do share that with us. And of course, with all things digital, one of the very big things is we're always going to keep this conversation going on our social media platforms. Make sure that you use the hashtag VPS2020. That's hashtag VPS2020 across our social media platforms. Also, you can, visit us, of course, on our Twitter page on @PropertySA. And we want to hear from you. Tag us. There are going to be spot prizes. I know it's a Friday, it's a weekend, it's payday weekend. I'm sure there are probably quite a lot of people who are thinking, I certainly want to make sure that I win some prizes. I'll share with you what some of the exciting prizes you can look forward to are a bit later on. But people who participate with us are going to be winning spot prices throughout this weekend. So you certainly want to make sure that you're active, you're asking the questions, and you're engaged, because I think this is one of the ways that you can probably walk away also winning, not just getting a wealth of knowledge from the various speakers, but also walking away with the prize. I know a lot of you who follow us on our Facebook page know how much we love giving away prizes, whether it is data, whether it is cash, whatever it is. I mean, I always make the joke on the Private Property Podcast that I can't wait until we give away a house. Touches wood, that's certainly something that we're going to be doing very soon. I'm very excited about that one. I'm sure many people at home are thinking, listen, give us the house. We certainly want to do it. I see Kristen Skepers, who says, attempting to be a first-time buyer, looking forward to learning and understanding more. And Kristen, firstly, congratulations, of course, for tuning in to us here on the Private Property Podcast. Look at me saying the Private Property Podcast. I'm so used to speaking to you on the Private Property Podcast. Of course, that is every weekday at 7 p.m. It's even probably strange for me to be on your screens during the day. But of course, this is the virtual property show. So, Kristen, I think one of the things you can certainly look forward to is getting to better understand the steps to take before you sign that offer to purchase. Things like getting pre-qualified. What is pre-qualification? I think one of the big things that we underestimate is, you want to get pre-qualified. You want to work with a bond originator, probably thinking, okay, so what is a bond originator? What exactly is it that a bond originator does? So all these things are so important for us to certainly understand when you're a first-time home buyer, and to make sure that by the time you're viewing your properties, that you're very relaxed, that you're going to shop for the properties that you can actually afford, and how to negotiate, for better interest rates. I know we talk a lot about interest rates right now. I mean, we talk about how we're facing historically low interest rates. So how do you actually have a conversation with your bank about getting an even lower interest rate on your home loan? Those are certainly some of the tips and tricks that you're going to be able to learn during this virtual property show. And there really is a whole wealth of, various guests who are going to help you navigate this. I see Amanda Tuba saying, hi, Zam, I can't wait to hear from you. I also see Tracy, of course. Amanda, if many of you remember, she's from Remax. We had a really great conversation on the Private Property Podcast, and of those old episodes, whether you watch us on Facebook or Twitter, or of course on our YouTube page. I think one of the big things that we're very excited, at Private Property is to share knowledge when it comes to property, to make sure that we're all making informed decisions. We bring you the expert guests who really are the creme de la creme, as I was saying earlier. And lead the mistakes so that you and I don't have to make them. I often share, some of the property mistakes that I've made on my own journey on the Private Property Podcast. And I must say, I think some of them, when I look back, I think, oh goodness, I should have known better. But I think one of the joys with, mistakes is, these things in retrospect. And I think now that I know better, I certainly enjoy sharing that knowledge with our viewers at home and making sure that we bring the right guests who can help you not make those mistakes. That's one of the things that some of our guests are going to help you with. Sahoma, I see your message about, wanting to find out if we can talk about pre-approval. That's definitely something that's going to be covered. This is especially important for first-time home buyers. I'm sure some of you at home are thinking, what the hell is pre-approval? Well, you're going to find out all about it right here on the Private Property Podcast. I see Yaku Hrobela, who is saying, very excited for the weekend, great speakers and great content. Yaku, of course, is also one of the speakers and exhibitors right here on the Virtual Property Show. So do make sure that if you also want to slide into his DMs, you also do so. And I think one of the really big things, and I can already see the conversation going on in our chat box here, which is very exciting. I certainly want to, see more of those messages coming in, seeing more of you connecting at home with each other. Matimba Balawi saying, so excited, I'm ready to learn. Matimba, I'm very happy to have you join us. Tato saying, I can't wait to learn more. Thank you for this. Gladys Makoni saying, looking forward to learning more today. Gladys, we're so glad to have you with us. I see these conversations. They really are. I'm very happy to hear, some of the conversations that I am seeing here. And I think one of the very big things about this is you can already see how so many of us want the knowledge. We probably don't know where to get it. And I can already say that one of the big things that are so crucial is you can go to privateproperty.co.za. You can go under the advice section. There's a wealth of content just there alone. And it's such a helpful, platform for us to be able to go to and learn as much as possible. And where you have questions or where certain things are unclear, you're able to, of course, watch the Private Property Podcast. We're with you every weekday at 7 o'clock. And then in the event where you're first-time home buyer, you can, of course, watch the First-Time Home Buyer Show every Wednesday evening at 7:30. So that's right after the Private Property Podcast. And then over the weekend, we bring you some of the best, complexes, estates that this country has on offer with the Developers Show. So as you can see, Private Property is invested in us getting as much knowledge as possible, whether we are renters, we're investors, you're a first-time home buyer. We really want to walk the journey with you. And I think that's one of the big reasons why even having the Virtual Property Show was so important for us. Over Iswalanga, I see her saying, "Hi, I'm so excited about this as I want to learn more about the advantages of registering the properties into a PTY Ltd company. What are the tax implications of a company versus registering properties under my name?" Lisa, that's such an important question. And I know some of our guests are actually going to talk about this because this is a question around structuring your portfolio as efficiently as possible. You want to make sure that you're also tax efficient, so you're maximizing your bottom line as a property investor. So do stay tuned with us for the next 2 days as we bring you, of course, the Virtual Property Show. Really a star-studded lineup with some of the best that the country has to offer, who are going to help us structure our portfolios better, help us in, choosing probably the right properties, learning what, oftentimes people talk about, you must run your numbers. What does that even mean? Well, you'll be able to get a sense of what running your numbers even means when property investors, especially the seasoned ones, talk about that. Because oftentimes you walk into a property and you'll think, "Oh my God, this is beautiful." They'll be like, don't get emotionally attached. Understand what the numbers say first before you try and get emotionally attached. Those are certainly some of the topics that we're going to be exploring. I'm very excited about it. Silna Stein, incredible woman. I've spoken to her on the Private Property Podcast on a number of occasions. She's, of course, from SSLR Incorporated. She'll also be looking at some of the mistakes that you definitely want to avoid when it comes to signing a lease agreement. And that's something that is so important because I think so many of us, when you're a tenant, you might sign a lease agreement and you don't think too much about it and you don't understand what you've actually signed because oftentimes you don't read the whole thing. That document, it can be so long. I know I even get slightly intimidated when it comes to very long documents, but it's crucial, of course, to understand everything we put our signatures on. Abe saying, I'm preparing to buy a property for 2021. A friend told me there are penalties for finishing the bond early. Is this true? I can already just quickly tell you, Abe, that it's not so much that it's a penalty. You need to just notify your bank early. So if you're going to cancel, the bond, you essentially need to notify the bank early. You're still going to pay the bond cancellation attorney. That's not even a penalty. That's essentially a cost that was going to be there regardless, especially if you want the copy of your title deed and you want to close that facility altogether. So the penalty is there if you don't tell your bank in time. So give them notice and go through your the grant and ultimately the loan agreement that you have with your bank. It will typically stipulate how much notice you must give them. I think a lot of them would have like a 90-day notice. So 3 months prior, you let them know that you have, ambitions of closing this facility, then they are aware. So it's just about communicating in time more than anything. And then, of course, our experts are going to be answering some of these very questions. And I think one of the big things is sometimes we just don't understand because, as I was saying, there's so many documents when it comes to home ownership and so many terms and conditions, sometimes words that we probably aren't used to. A lot of the legal guys, of course, would be used to them, but you and I at home are probably not as used to them. So understanding what those terms and conditions are is so crucial. So we'll be having the experts, guests, right here on the Virtual Property Show who are going to help us better understand what we are getting ourselves into. Well, before I introduce our first speaker, remember to not just interact on this platform with us, but we also want to hear from you on our social media platforms. Our hashtag is hashtag VPS2020. And of course, on Twitter, we are Property SA. We also, of course, search for the private property page on our Facebook page. And that's certainly, one of the platforms where you can constantly interact with us. And of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel where you're able to watch really quality videos of the various property shows that we have, from the First Time Buyers Show to the Private Property Podcast and the Developers Show. Well, now that we've kick-started, I think more than anything, we've now gotten into the swing of how this works. I'm sure a lot of people are now also getting the hang of the chat box. I see a lot of conversation there, and I'm very happy to see that so many of you are already even connecting with some of our speakers and sliding into their DMs, as I was saying earlier on. I'd like to introduce our very first speaker. And I think one of the big things with, our first speaker is we understand that, buying a home is one of the most important decisions that you will ever make in your life. I mean, I often joke about how when you enter into that, home loan agreement, it's very likely going to be the longest relationship you're going to have. There are marriages that don't see 20 years, certainly relationships that don't see, 20 years. I've never been in a relationship that long. If anything, my, relationship with my various home loans, those are the longest relationships I've ever been in. So understanding just how big of a decision this is, we certainly want to understand, is this the right time to be selling? Is this the right time to be buying? And these are some of the questions that I'm sure many of us at home think about, especially right now. If you have a property that you might want to offload, if you've spotted some properties that you probably want to, buy, you're probably wondering, okay, what are the best options? Well, Absa is one of the valuable sponsors and partners, of course, for this event. And they're here to bring you some of the best insights when it comes to helping you make this decision, when it comes to whether to buy, to sell, and really understanding how big of a decision this is. And I'd like to introduce Ewald Kellerman, who's the Chief Risk Officer at Absa Home Loans, for our very first conversations. And I'd like to, welcome him. I'm sure we're going to show him quite a lot of love. And let's hear what Ewald has to say. The Chief Risk Officer at Absa Home Loans, for our very first conversations. And I'd like to, welcome him. I'm sure we're going to show him quite a lot of love. And let's hear what Ewald has to say.
I've been missing the way you touch me, baby. Kisses on my neck and the love you gave me. When I think about it, I go a little bit crazy. It's gotta be more than this for you and I to coexist. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure, so baby pull me closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure, so baby pull me closer.
And we got together as a banking association with the help of government, and we decided as a larger banking fraternity that we need to provide some level of assistance. And at that time, you would recall that Italy has already started using some of the government money to help repay mortgage loans. I think the UK and the US already started with schemes such as furlough and assistance to the household sector. Now, those schemes wouldn't necessarily work in the same way in South Africa because we've got a really unique setup. And we had to think about the ways in which we approach it completely from scratch. There was no model that we could copy and paste. In fact, we started by thinking a lot about and thinking back to the lessons that we've learned in 2008. However, in 2008, during the global financial crisis, we didn't really have the same type of challenges that we have today. And it was a very, very different type of environment. So how did we approach it? I think we started by realizing that old ways of approaching this new problem wouldn't work. We couldn't apply the same thinking to this problem because this problem was a completely unique set of events. In fact, if you think about our models and our decision-making in the bank works, we've got these things called models that makes decision based on numbers. And I'll give you an example to say that, if inflation and interest rates are low, our models predict that we are expected to see massive amounts of growth. Now, during lockdown and during this first phase of COVID, inflation was at an extreme low time, and we had to reduce interest rates in order to help to stimulate the economy. However, it didn't point to a great economic time. The second example thereof is earlier this week, when the unemployment figures were released. We moved down from a 30% odd to 23% odd number. Now, it's a technical definition because we only count the individuals who's looking for work and not those who couldn't look for work because of lockdown. But our models would look at that number and assume that something good happened in the economy for unemployment to reduce, which is obviously not the case, as we're all aware. And I think the last part is that our internal scorecards and the way that we look at customers have evolved substantially. In the past, we used to rank customers from low risk to high risk, and we would have slightly different treatment to them. As a property market and as property professionals, I believe most of us on the line are, you would know that a lot of our decisions based on approvals or even pricing is based on these scorecards and these mechanisms of how we quantify risk. However, when COVID hit, it was something completely different because we found that good customers found themselves in difficult situations. And we found that high-risk customers who were in the right industry could prosper. And unfortunately, there were more customers who got hurt during the lockdown than ones who did well. But just for a second, imagine a great customer who we've had a relationship with over the last 30 years, operating a franchise of restaurants. As soon as COVID hit, there's no way to go. You're very deeply invested. And it's not because of the doing of that customer or that person, but rather the unique circumstances that he or she finds himself in. And I think, our normal scorecards and our normal models have to some degree broken in the process, and we had to apply a very different type of thinking. The first thing we wanted to do was move into a culture or a mindset of preservation, because the first thing we had to do was survive as a bank. Now, this is a fairly, aggressive language that I'm using at the moment. But the bank itself is only a financial intermediary. We take our depositors' money and we lend that out, and then we administer that and take a small margin in between. Luckily, we talk about large numbers so that the margin in between is sufficient to pay for the operation of the bank. The bank itself doesn't necessarily own that much money. So when we start seeing collections increase, we still have a responsibility to protecting our depositors' money, and we don't necessarily have too deep pockets to do that, especially if you think about the size of home loan balance sheets that's currently at risk. So our survival technique was, I guess, very counterintuitive to how we usually approach business. The first thing we did was we stopped our collection shop. Now, if you run a large manufacturing environment, it's very similar to switching off a production line completely. It's an essential part of our business to phone customers who haven't paid to try and collect money. That's outstanding. But we didn't have any other choice. Collections wasn't seen as an essential service, and we had to reduce that. But we also realized that many customers didn't get into this situation because of poor financial habits or because they didn't respect the agreement that they had with the bank. We also realized that we had good customers that were just sort of caught unawares with this global pandemic, as most of us. And therefore, we've changed the approach of our collections to rather focus on payment reminders and a much softer approach to collections, which is also extremely counterintuitive because it goes against all the principles that you learn as you grow up in the bank. The last thing we did in the initial stages was that we realized that there's an immediate liquidity issue. Many of our customers relied on going out, performing economic activities in order to bring in money. And not just high-risk customers, all customers across the board. So we realized as a banking community that the first thing we need to do is start throwing lifelines and helping customers through a very short period of time from a liquidity perspective. Now, that seems fairly simple. And when I go through the dynamics, it seems fairly simple. But remember, this is not something that we've done before. Definitely not at this scale. So we started offering customers a mechanism in which they stop the repayments on their accounts. And there was a lot of different approaches between the different banks. I'd like to explain Absa's in a little bit more detail. We called ours payment relief, specifically not payment holiday, because a holiday to some degree implies that a customer can get some level of discount. Now, with payment relief, that is definitely not the case. We still capitalize interest. We cannot afford not to charge interest. And we still have to face some economic realities. Now, as far as possible, we try to extend ourselves. We've, for instance, improved the way in which we look at insurance claims. So we've broadened some of the definitions and paid out much more than what we could have or what we should have legally. But if you think about the way that we approach it, we had three principles in mind. The first one was trying to be as comprehensive as possible. And comprehensivity for us means that we applied payment relief across home loans, vehicle finance, credit card, personal loans, transactional. We've also looked at businesses and many of our other products for bespoke solutions. And we've really managed to encompass all of the different products that the bank offer into a solution where you can get some level of cash flow relief. We try to be as inclusive as possible. So that was also a different way of approaching the market. And with inclusivity, I meant that we didn't ask for any proof that you've lost your job. I think there was a big trend for banks and financial institutions asking you to prove that you've lost your income in order to benefit from payment relief, which I guess feels like a reasonable ask until you find yourself in a situation where your employer is gone and they can't issue you with a letter, or you have an unexpected expense, or perhaps your spouse or somebody in the household that's lost their income and you need some level of assistance, but you cannot prove that in your own capacity. So we realized that there was a lot of situations in customers' minds and in customers' daily lives that we couldn't anticipate. And therefore, we tried to make it as inclusive as possible without asking a lot of those questions. We even had a customer who was almost certain that she was going to or about to lose her job, but she couldn't prove that yet. And when she applied for payment relief, we were the only bank that would offer that to her at the time. I think lastly, during times of distress such as that, And because we realize that we don't know all the different permutations of what could happen to a customer in this situation, we try to make it as simple as possible, not to make it complex and not to, I think, drag out the process of applying and processing this payment relief for 3 months. So a simple, comprehensive and inclusive approach to the market. We didn't call it a holiday, we called it payment relief. And we also opted not to have it as a separate loan, but rather allow the option to get the customer to either extend the term of the agreement, to pay more if he or she wanted to pay the loan down earlier, which most of our customers opted to do, or even settle if the customer decided to consolidate debt to get rid of their assets or have some other type of solution. And I think that process was definitely a first, and by far the biggest of these initiatives that we've ever, as a banking fraternity in South Africa, have applied. So much so that we've reached 735,000 customers. And as Absa have offered 9 billion rands worth of liquidity relief to our customers to utilize immediately. That was just the first round. Furthermore, we've incorporated our insurance parts into the business in order to help customers, instead of getting relief, first see if they've got a policy that they might not be aware of. A lot of these credit life policies are embedded in products, and customers might not be aware that they have a claim. So we've taken a lot of that burden out of the customers' hands to try and claim on their behalf and settle their loans first. And I think in doing so, we did more than just, I think, chase profit as a bank, but we rather, I think, tried to play a role in society, because we realized that it's not just our customers that it's an entire society, including the banks, and that there's something more important at the moment to do than to I think make the loss mitigation conversation front and center. And I think we've received a tremendous response from our customers. We've had such great support in the way that we've been able to offer this product, in the way that it's taken up. And instead of seeing massive losses at the end of this, we see that there's a genuine interest for customers to continue the relationship, get back to performing, and help to rectify the situation with the bank. I think that, there's a lot of lessons from that, but before I proceed with talking about the banking response, let's just for a minute think about what the residential property market from a banking perspective looks like. Now, a lot of us around the room and a lot of estate agents are celebrating some of the biggest volumes that they've seen in almost a decade. We know that the effects of COVID and of this pandemic have had a detrimental effect on us. We also know that if there was a trend before COVID, it is very likely that that trend has been accelerated during COVID. So not a lot of these things come as a surprise. But what did come as a surprise was an increase in volumes after we've started exiting lockdown. And while we expect economic activity to be lower eventually than before lockdown or before COVID hit, because of a lot of jobs that's been lost and a lot of economic activity that's hurt, there is this period in between where we see phenomenal growth and really some positive figures, lots of first-time buyers being able to afford property, and the reduction in rates have offered us that. I think the Reserve Bank has come through to a very large degree, and they've done. I think they've supported us with the best stimulus that we could potentially get. But it isn't the silver bullet. I'm not somebody that'll tell you rates will go up next year. In fact, I don't think we have to be too concerned about rates moving too quickly. But I do want to caution that we get stimulus from reduction in interest rates. And that stimulus comes from customers who are now able to buy instead of rent. It comes in the form of customers who are now able to afford the installments, or even where they've lost some level of income, that they can afford the lower installment. But once we've gotten used to the low interest rates, then we have to face the economic reality of certain of our peers and certain of our friends and family members not having jobs and not creating an income. And I think that is what I expect to happen in the next coming years. In this time, we should together prepare for a tougher future, a tougher financial future. And that doesn't mean that we have to fight against the growth that we see at the moment. In fact, we encourage the property transactions that we see. We really appreciate the fact that the market is still active, that there's a lot of value that our consumers and the banks see in the market. We know that a lot of customers are buying property for the first time, and we celebrate that with the industry. To some degree, that will also boost recovery. But we have to face the economic reality that there are things to fix. There are new businesses to build, and there is more economic activity required in the long run to make sure we get back to a state that we can call healthy. As I mentioned, there's a lot of trends being accelerated. After the first rounds of lockdown, both China and the UK reported mini property booms. Unsurprising if you look at the way that they think about residential property. Many of those properties are so small that staying any extended period in a lock up and go type of lifestyle in a high rise, I think would be very difficult. So a lot of those trends where customers move out to the countryside for larger areas at a different type of mechanism or way of living has accelerated quite a bit. And I think the traditional thinking of location from a property perspective has probably also been broken because you can now work remotely and still perform a similar type of function. So that type of habits, the way that we travel less, as an example, has changed, and we are thinking very differently about property. Now, we as a bank are there to support the market and not necessarily to stand in the way of those things happening. Our responsibility in this property market is to help protect the liquidity. Now, when I talk about liquidity, that is ability to buy and sell. If we lose the ability to buy and sell property and to finance property, we lose that cornerstone of a functioning market. Now, the bank is only a small part of the value chain, but if we see the banks withdraw from lending, we to some degree also create a level of distress because we stop sellers from selling properties, we stop customers from downgrading, and we also stop economic activity from customers upgrading and buying property in a positive light. So the liquidity is something that we know we have to protect. We also realize that the consistency of being and staying in the market is what helps to build relationships with our partners, with our customers, and that banks should value this and be careful of pushing and pulling too quickly, opening up, closing down. And I think, if you think about the comments that a lot of our regulators give about South Africa having a good banking system or capitalized banks, this is a time in which we should use it, in which we should celebrate the fact that we are able to offer these types of solutions and that we can help.
Knowing that we might never ever be close to loving. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure, so baby pull me closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure, so baby pull me closer. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure, so baby pull me closer.
Refinancing for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of times people miss the opportunity that there is in refinancing your property portfolio and how that can enable you to save a lot of taxes. So I said this many times before, I don't like selling property. Selling property is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. But over and above that, it triggers capital gains tax. So I want to make sure that instead of selling a property, I would rather refinance a property and in that way access the cash. Now, the beauty of this, ladies and gentlemen, is when I refinance a property and I get cash, let's say I take 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 rand out of a property by refinancing it. The beauty of this is, ladies and gentlemen, that money is not taxable. So I, in effect, access the capital of a property without paying capital gains tax on it. And that money can be used to expand my property portfolio further. This is how most property investors across the globe has built significant property portfolios with paying very, very little tax. They make sure that their leverage ratio or their gearing ratio, in other words, their debt to assets ratio, is managed at such a percentage that there is not a lot of realized profit in the company or in the trust. That does not mean that you are not making money, because you can still make a lot of unrealized profit through the capital appreciation, and you access that through refinancing that you can access. So that enables you to access the capital without necessarily paying tax. So let's talk about it practically. What happens when you refinance? So we all know what refinancing means, right? Let's say you have a property that's worth R1 million and you owe I've got a property that's worth R1 million. I only owe 800,000 rand on it. I would like to borrow another 200,000 rand. Now, when you borrow that 200,000 rand, that's cash that is made available for you. With that cash, there's a lot that you can do. You can spend it if you want to. You can put it in the access bond so that you don't pay interest on it. You can use it for transfer fees and registration costs for your next investment properties that you want to buy. You can even use it to cover your monthly shortfalls if you have shortfalls on your property. In effect, if you take that money out and you don't put it into your access bond, this is what happens. Your bond increases. That means your cash increases. Also, your interest expense, because you have a bigger bond now, increases, and that pushes your net profit down. And when your net profit goes down, your tax goes down. So by refinancing, you make capital available, and in the same time that you are making capital available, you are also reducing the taxes that you are paying. And that money then can be used to reinvest further to build your property portfolio. So that's a great way for you to grow a property portfolio tax-free, is by using refinanced funds to expand your property portfolio. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
So baby, pull me closer. Sober up. Think it's time for me to sober up. 'Cause I don't know what I should do with all these feelings. Don't wanna be needy, too in love. Maybe I am just too in love. Baby, all I know is I can make you stay, but don't just walk away. Help me, I wanna be more than just a friend. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer, closer. Help me, I don't wanna be just a one night stand. I'm looking for closure. So baby, pull me closer, closer.
Before you get it, baby, show me your soul. And honey, I'll show you mine. I'll show you mine. Boy, I'm standing right here holding up a sign, shamelessly displaying my state of mind. You walk right past me, pretending like you don't see what's yours for the taking tonight. Ooh, show me your soul. Baby, I'll show you mine. Show me your soul. Can't you see it's way past time?
South Africa's biggest online property event, Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit the info desk for FAQs or any assistance you may need. Now that you have your bearings, click on the Hello Visitor icon on the top right-hand corner and update your profile information for easy networking. You'll also be able to see your starred notifications here, as well as any meetings you may have scheduled. Now for the main stage. This is where all the action takes place. The main stage provides access to insightful keynote addresses from our incredible lineup of speakers, including industry professionals, influencers, and celebrities. Our laugh out loud comedy shows and stellar music performance by Sahara will also take place right here. You can easily navigate to check out our other speakers or see who's up next. With over 55 sessions, there is something for everyone. And now for the exhibition floor. Here you will meet all the brands that can assist you in achieving your property goals. We have categorized them to make it easier for you to find exactly who you are looking for. View them by category or view them all. Once you click on the exhibitor, it takes you to their booth. Here you can learn more about the company, look at their company details, and browse their special offerings. Now for the theatre sessions. Here you can easily join the live broadcasts and chat with fellow delegates. Want to interact with other people? Click the People tab to see all attendees. Find who you'd like to meet with, click Meet, select the date you would like to meet, and the time slot, and send your request. You will be notified when this request is accepted. And that is everything you need to know to participate in South Africa's biggest online property event. Enjoy the show!
Your soul. And honey, I'll show you mine. I've been calling my shots down the middle, but I feel I'm scoring too mine.
few topics regarding the property market and to be able to assist you to be more informed when going in your property buying journey. So I think first question, how do you identify the best location to buy into and some of the other considerations? When we look at property, it is most likely going to be your largest purchase that you'll ever make in your lifetime. Not only that is it just a building or property, it will also most likely turn into something that is going to be a long-term asset that will grow over your life. But before that, the thing about that is a property isn't just a building. This is the place where you're going to spend most of your life outside of your workplace. And really the thing about that is it becomes your home. So you then, I think for me, the most important question is, what are your needs? You have to ask yourself questions to say, what are the needs that will best suit me at this point in time? Am I single, or how will it accommodate me and my partner? Do we have children? How many do we envision ourselves to have at a later stage? Because then this will start dictating the types of property that you're looking at. For example, if you guys are parents, you're going to want to start saying, what are the type of schools that are available to me as a parent and for my child? And the other thing about that is you might find that the best types of schools might actually all be a bit further away. Now, from that perspective, you might want to have a property that's closer there. Or the other thing about that is in this new remote working culture that we're living in, some of us are finding that we have the opportunity to work inside the home more often than not. So from that perspective, you might find that where you choose to be might not be related to how far your child's school is anymore, because you're now not concerned about your traffic situation. And some of you might find that traffic is indeed a situation that you want to think about. So these are needs that you have to think about when looking at your property. The most important thing then really is then, what can you afford? And I think that is something that all of us would want to have some type of relief in. So I think the best way for you to do that is to get yourself some type of pre-qualification. So feel free to go onto the F&B app where you can see how much you pre-qualify for by yourself or with you and your partner, and then you'll be best informed and you'll feel confident about where you want to be able to buy. And then if you're a first-time home buyer, you can then also look into other considerations. Do you qualify for the FLISP government subsidy? Or if you're an existing homeowner, do you have equity in your existing home? So from that perspective, we can assist you. You can either make use of our app or contact us and we'll make our team of professional valuers available to you so that you know the value of your home that the bank would be willing to finance at. And that just makes it a little bit more confident for you when selling your home. So you know that the next buyer will easily be able to get a hold of your property. So what are things to consider when negotiating at the back of selling a property? And how do you inform yourself in making that purchasing decision? So I think the important consideration is to say, what is the average price in the market that you're looking at? And you can inform yourself by trying to understand how old is the home that you're buying in and what potential defects are sitting there. I think we all need to be aware that a home is a living thing. It needs maintenance from time to time. So if your home is brand new from a developer, you can understand that he will most likely offer some type of warranty to the home. You'll have a snag list of things that need to be attended before you move in. But if you're buying an existing property from another home buyer, you need to then look at this property and then understand to say, are there things that I potentially need to fix up in the near future? Do I need to put on another coat of paint? Are there cracks that I need to attend to? Is there electrical work that I need to attend to? These are normal things that happen to a home, but you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're doing too much to the home. Realistically, these are things that you should be able to review by yourself or get an independent person to take a look at it for you to then have a sense that whether this home is actually going to be too much work. And these are the things that will also inform your buying decision to say, do I need to negotiate down, seeing that I have all these additional costs, or quite frankly, this is too much work for me and I'm willing to go look for another home that is less onerous for me to be able to rebuild. And I think the important thing about that is that you need to also then just make sure that you've comfortably looked to see what is all the stock available that's listed in the market at the moment. Because one home may seem wonderful, but you might find an equivalent home at a similar price that just has less effort involved. So feel free, yet again, go into the F&B app. You'll see we've got quite a list of suppliers available, property developers who have wonderful stock out there that's available for you to potentially buy. So another question that comes up is how to not fall into a purchasing trap around overcapitalized properties. And it sort of slightly touches on the topic that I looked at previously. You want to make sure that you don't have an unnecessary amount of expenses in the home. You'll buy it at one price and then suddenly find that you've got an excessive amount of repairs that you need to do. And even then, in an ideal home that's got no concerns, you have to look at the type of property market that's happening in and around the area that you're looking. So you don't want to be the most expensive street in expensive house on the street. Let me rather put it that way. So in that way, how you want to look at it is to say then, at this market range, do I believe that the suburb is going to be improving, staying the same, or deteriorating in some way?
Fear. I still have that fear in certain things that I do in life. If you don't know what you're getting yourself into, you're going to lack confidence. Just think about this. If you want to become a pilot, for example, are you going to jump into a plane, get into the cockpit and start flying a plane with no training? Of course not. You're going to get trained. You'll spend years and years and years getting trained to become a pilot. So what's different with becoming a professional property investor? If you want property to be your career, you're going to have to spend some time educating yourself, taking it one step at a time. The problem with most people in property is they jump and they start buying properties, but they don't know what they're getting themselves into, and therefore they lose money and they say property doesn't work. Or they sit on the sidelines going, I want to jump into property, but I don't quite know what might happen. The problem is you're probably trying to do this by yourself. What you'll realize is, if you sat there going, I'm scared to get into property, here's my advice to you. Do not go buy a property just yet. First, get the education, understand the pros and cons of, if I did buy a property, what could go wrong? If I did buy a property, what could go right? If I need to get out the property, what are my exit strategies? Let me understand the offer to purchase. You see, once you start understanding all of that, when it actually comes to buying your very first property through a portal like Private Property, it makes the process so much easier and less stressful. So that's what you got to do. Write that down. Just understand what your plan is, what is your strategy, and how can I execute that? What do I need to know about that strategy? What can go right and what can go wrong? Because once you understand that, you start saying, hang on a minute, this isn't as scary as I thought it was. And that's the reason why most people are scared, is lack of confidence. Now think about it. I sat there, I was thinking, what are some of the pros and cons of actually buying a property? Can you think of any? Let me know what some of the pros and cons are. Okay, so I've got there, look, one of the pros of starting to build your property portfolio is you starting to build your wealth. Just make sure that you do a bit more due diligence on the area and the property. This is where TPN, write that down for me, TPN and Lightstone come in. So a pro is, hey, you're going to be buying your very first property or your next property investment. You're starting to build your wealth. And remember, the great thing with property, if you get it right, you're starting to build cash flow today, and you're going to start building the equity for the long term. That's where your real wealth comes in. Property is a long-term game, not a short-term game. One of the cons though is you have to acknowledge that now if you are taking out that very first bond or you're getting your second bond, you are now responsible for that loan. So even if your tenant does not pay rent, you've still got to pay that loan. And that is a responsibility that you're taking on for the next 20 years. So look, if you are worried about that, and you're worried about what if the tenant doesn't pay rent, look at certain companies like Sap and Drive, Expello, Rentmaster. Look at the different insurance companies out there where you can insure against that specific loss. What about another pro? So a pro to me is, by you actually getting on the property ladder and starting to pay your bond, or a tenant pays your bond, you're starting to, at least you're paying down a bond and you're not paying down someone else's bond. So again, you're starting to create wealth, because either way, you either have to rent a house or you're going to buy a house. There's one or the other. So, rather, my view has always been, rather pay off your own bond or get a tenant to pay off your own bond rather than renting from someone else. That's my opinion. Another con I thought, and I sat there going, what are some of the risks I've had in property? One of the risks I've had in property is, what about maintenance, general maintenance? I'm renting a property out and, 10,000 rands coming in as my rent, and I'm paying my bond, I'm paying my rates and levies, great. So I'm break even as an example, I'm making a small profit, and then bang, I start getting hit with maintenance. Well, maintenance, depending on the maintenance that occurs on your property, in a lot of cases it falls under your lease agreement. So now you're liable for that, and you've got to pay for that. So you've got to make sure that you do have a budget for general maintenance on your specific property. Very important. And this again is where people go wrong. They don't run their numbers. They talk about the rent covers the bond. No. The rent must cover the bond, plus maintenance, plus levies, plus rates and taxes, plus management fees, plus extras like general maintenance. What about voids? You see, that's a common mistake that a lot of beginner investors make, is they don't take all of that into consideration. So just keep that in mind. Let's just have a quick look now at, again, where people do go wrong is they don't take all the costs into consideration. They know they can get a bond, but they don't understand what are some of the costs involved with that. So here's some of the costs. When you're buying a property, you need to know know that you've got transfer fees to pay. We have to pay a conveyancer to transfer the fee from the seller to your name. And what about bond attorney fees? If you are taking out a bond, you'll have to then obviously pay the bond attorney fees, the bond attorney being appointed by the banks and the transfer fees being appointed by the seller in most cases. And transfer duty, of course, if it's applicable above R1 million, that is just a tax we pay to SARS in the property game, and you may have to pay a deposit. The banks may come back and go, boom, you get 100%, but what if you only get 90%? You then have to put a 10% down. Now, let's take this property as an example. This is Copper Park here in the East Rand of Johannesburg, 980,000. It's on the market with private property. How do you know what your buying costs will be? It's very simple. There's various property calculators on the private property portal and various other calculators that you can go on. You type in your property price, 980,000. You can select, is it a freehold, is it sectional title, are you applying for 100% bond? And it will then tell you, well, look, if you are to buy this property, your costs that you're going to have to find are around 53,000 Rand. The question is, do you have 53,000?
To assist you to be more informed when going in your property buying journey. So I think first question, how do you identify the best location to buy into and some of the other considerations? When we look at property, it is most likely going to be your largest purchase that you'll ever make in your lifetime. Not only that is it just a building or property, it will also most likely turn into something that is going to be a long-term asset that will grow over your life. But before that, the thing about that is a property isn't just a building. This is the place where you're going to spend most of your life outside of your workplace. And really the thing about that is it becomes your home. So you then, I think for me, the most important question is, what are your needs? You have to ask yourself questions to say, what are the needs that will best suit me at this point in time? Am I single, or how will it accommodate me and my partner? Do we have children? How many do we envision ourselves to have at a later stage? Because then this will start dictating the types of property that you're looking at. For example, if you guys are parents, you're going to want to start saying, what are the type of schools that are available to me as a parent and for my child? And the other thing about that is you might find that the best types of schools might actually all be a bit further away. Now, from that perspective, you might want to have a property that's closer there. Or the other thing about that is, in this new remote working culture that we're living in, some of us are finding that we have the opportunity to work inside the home more often than not. So from that perspective, you might find that where you choose to be might not be related to how far your child's school is anymore, because you're now not concerned about your traffic situation. And some of you might find that traffic is indeed a situation that you want to think about. So these are needs that you have to think about when looking at your property. The most important thing then really is then, what can you afford? And I think that is something that all of us would want to have some type of relief in. So I think the best way for you to do that is to get yourself some type of pre-qualification. So feel free to go onto the F&B app, where you can see how much you pre-qualify for by yourself or with you and your partner, and then you'll be best informed and you'll feel confident about where you want to be able to buy. And then if you're a first-time home buyer, you can then also look into other considerations. Do you qualify for the FLISP government subsidy? Or if you're an existing homeowner, do you have equity in your existing home? So from that perspective, we can assist you. You can either make use of our app or contact us, and we'll make our team of professional valuers available to you so that you know the value of your home that the bank would be willing to finance at. And that just makes it a little bit more confident for you when selling your home, so you know that the next buyer will easily be able to get a hold of your property. So what are things to consider when negotiating at the back of selling a property? And how do you inform yourself in making that purchasing decision? So I think the important consideration is to say, what is the average price in the market that you're looking at? And you can inform yourself by trying to understand how old is the home that you're buying in and what potential defects are sitting there. I think we all need to be aware that a home is a living thing. It needs maintenance from time to time. So if your home is brand new from a developer, you can understand that he will most likely offer some type of warranty to the home. You'll have a snag list of things that need to be attended before you move in. But if you're buying an existing property from another home buyer, you need to then look at this property and then understand to say, are there things that I potentially need to fix up in the near future? Do I need to put on another coat of paint? Are there cracks that I need to attend to? Is there electrical work that I need to attend to? These are normal things that happen to a home, but you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're doing too much to the home. Realistically, these are things that you should be able to review by yourself or get an independent person to take a look at it for you to then have a sense that whether this home is actually going to be too much work. And these are the things that will also inform your buying decision to say, do I need to negotiate down, seeing that I have all these additional costs, or quite frankly, this is too much work for me and I'm willing to go look for another home that is less onerous for me to be able to rebuild. And I think the important thing about that is that you need to also then just make sure that you've comfortably looked to see what is all the stock available that's listed in the market at the moment. Because one home may seem wonderful, but you might find an equivalent home at a similar price that just has less effort involved. So feel free, yet again, go onto the FNB app. You'll see we've got quite a list of suppliers available, property developers who have wonderful stock out there that's available for you to potentially buy. So another question that comes up is how to not fall into a purchasing trap around overcapitalized properties. And it sort of slightly touches on the topic that I looked at previously. You want to make sure that you don't have an unnecessary amount of expenses in the home. You'll buy it at one price and then suddenly find that you've got an excessive amount of repairs that you need to do. And even then, in an ideal home that's got no concerns, you have to look at the type of property market that's happening in and around the area that you're looking. So you don't want to be the most expensive street in expensive house on the street. Let me rather put it that way. So in that way, how you want to look at it is to say then, at this market range, do I believe that the suburb is going to be improving, staying the same, or deteriorating in some way? So from that perspective, you'll have a sense of whether you're buying way too much. But more importantly, you want to see what are the active selling prices in the suburb that you're looking at. And yet again, you can look at our app where we have the ability to show you all the actual registered sales that have gone through. So you have an understanding to be informed to say that I may be buying at this price and other homes have been selling at slightly less. And then you need to then understand to say that why is my home, my potential home, more expensive than everyone else? Is it that the price is too much, so you might find that you're actually overcapitalizing, or that this home represents something unique that everyone else doesn't have? It may have gone through some type of renovation cycle. And in that way, you then also need to question, is everyone else slowly renovating? Because you're just sitting at the beginning, at the forefront of this wave. And in that case, then at least you have some comfort that you're not buying into too expensive. But if everyone else isn't renovating, then you start needing to ask yourself, do I really want to be the most expensive home in the street? And is everyone else going to catch up to me? Because whether we like it or not, at some point, all of us potentially have to move out of our current homes, and you'll struggle to be able to sell your home at the value that you bought it at. And another question, what are the benefits of buying in a sectional title versus full title and potentially in an estate? So what is a sectional title? I mean, ultimately, if you think about it in its basic way, it's just a gated community where we all live together. I think the benefit of that is that there's some safety aspects in mind. There's peace of mind. There's security patrols. If some of your parents, you know that you can leave your children to run around with quite comfortably with all the other children, and they won't get out onto the street. And the thing about a sectional title is that you also outsource the maintenance of your gardening and painting and other general maintenance around the home. But that comes at a price. You need to pay monthly levies and the like, and you also have to obey the body corporate rules. And then when we compare to a full title, that's when we think of the traditional home our grandparents grew up in, a standalone property sitting on a stand by itself. And in that way, there's some more freedoms that you have that you otherwise wouldn't have in a sectional title. You've got the freedom to just knock down a wall, make it a little bit more open plan. You can add a room and extend your home. You can change the way your garden is. But the cost of that is that you have to do your own maintenance. You have to find your own suppliers, or you need to wake up on a Saturday morning and then go mow the lawn. So for that freedom, at least you know that you don't have monthly levies, but recognize that the cost comes back in other ways. And then when we look at an estate, that's sort of a hybrid between the two. You have something that's you've got something where you have a full title property, but sitting inside a gated community, where depending on the estate, you can maintain all of your own responsibilities and maintenance costs, but understand that you do have some levies that you have to pay that maintain the common property, the roads, the boundary wall, the electric fence, and some of the communal stuff that everyone gets to enjoy together. But however, you still get to maintain and have the freedom to change your own home in whichever fashion that you would like to do. But you also have to be aware that you have to still follow the Homeowners Association and whatever rules that they have set down in terms of the community. So if you want to know more, please reach out to us on app, at a branch, at any one of our telephone contact centers, or speak to your private banker.
online property event. Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit the info desk for FAQs or any assistance you may need. Now that you have your bearings, click on the Hello Visitor icon on the top right-hand corner and update your profile information for easy networking. You'll also be able to see your starred notifications here, as well as any meetings you may have scheduled. Now for the main stage. This is where all the action takes place. The main stage provides access to insightful keynote addresses from our incredible lineup of speakers, including industry professionals, influencers, and celebrities. Our laugh out loud comedy shows and stellar music performance by Sahara will also take place right here. You can easily navigate to check out our other speakers or see who's up next. With over 55 sessions, there is something for everyone. And now for the exhibition floor. Here you will meet all the brands that can assist you in achieving your property goals. We have categorized them to make it easier for you to find exactly who you are looking for. View them by category or view them all. Once you click on the exhibitor, it takes you to their booth. Here you can learn more about the company, look at their company details, and browse their special offerings. Now for the theatre sessions. Here you can easily join the live broadcasts and chat with fellow delegates. Want to interact with other people? Click the People tab to see all attendees. Find who you'd like to meet with, click Meet, select the date you would like to meet, and the time slot, and send your request. You will be notified when this request is accepted. And that is everything you need to know to participate in South Africa's biggest online property event. Enjoy the show!
So I also want to thank Private Property again for inviting me to host this session. And so let's get straight into it. Usually when it comes to a lease agreement, the question is, what is important? Can I use my own lease agreement? Can I buy a lease agreement from CNA? Can I download a lease agreement from the internet? What is safe and what is going to give me the necessary protection when it comes to lease agreements? So first off, we need to appreciate that the South African legal system is a separate system from any other legal system in the world, because every country has its own legal system. So one of the biggest things that I find to be a very big problem when it comes to lease agreements is if you hop onto the internet and you Google lease agreements. You're definitely going to be able to download a bunch of lease agreements, but it could very well be lease agreements drafted by an attorney in a completely different country. So say, for instance, you end up with a lease agreement based on the English legal system. The content of that lease agreement will be completely irrelevant to what you are doing, and it will not just be not helpful, it will actually be prejudicial to what you are doing. And this is something very important to keep in mind. When we deal with lease agreements, the most important thing is to appreciate that this is not a document that can quickly be drafted on the back of a cigarette box. At least we're now in level 1, so I can make cigarette box jokes again. But it's very important to appreciate the fact that this is a very specific legal document. And if you as the landlord want to use a lease agreement, you need to appreciate that this is the document that gives your right of occupation away to a third party. You need to protect yourself and your investment in every potential aspect of a rental, to the point where you don't have to go back at a later stage to amend something or change something. It's really important to be aware of this. So first off, must a lease agreement be in writing, or can it be a verbal agreement? At this stage, in terms of the Rental Housing Act, a residential lease agreement may be verbal, or if the tenant requests that it must be in writing, it has to be in writing. Commercial agreements are not regulated by the Rental Housing Act, so even if the tenant requests it to be in writing, there's no legislation allowing the tenant, forcing the landlord to have the lease agreement in writing. So having said this, it's important to be aware of the fact that the Rental Housing Amendment Act, which has not been promulgated yet, and I cannot see that it will be promulgated in its current form. However, anything is possible. But the Rental Housing Amendment Act, which was published already in November 2015, still not promulgated to this day. Yes, it's been a good 5 years. So that piece of legislation.
We'll tell you all about after the break. And you also can look forward to Zahara's performance. Yes, Zahara is going to be performing for us after 5 p.m. That's certainly something that you do not want to miss at home. Well, that's it from me, Zamanto Nwakumalo. It certainly has been a pleasure. I do hope that you enjoy your lunch break, that you continue having a conversation with us on our social media platforms. And of course, you continue the conversation going on both, our social media platforms, but also right here. I think one of the big things is the exhibitors are excited. The exhibitors are ready to have a conversation with you, and they're willing to answer your questions. So do slide into their DMs and ask whatever questions that you have. Go to the exhibitors and really get a sense of the products and services that they have on offer. So make sure that you visit the exhibitors, but also the different theatre sessions that we have right here. So it really is a jam-packed program that's going to help all of us on our various property journeys. That's it from me, Zamanto Nwakumalo. Khumalo, I'll be back on your screen tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And of course, I am handing over to the capable and very funny hands of Dylan Oliver just after this break. We're going to be back with you at 2 p.m. For the brief break. Thank you very much. I'll keep watching and really enjoying the insightful conversations with all of you at home.
May add the necessary provisions with as something a little creative or funny, whatever you want to call it. It could very well have the effect that contract is interpreted against the landlord and in favor of the tenant. And why I'm saying this is, remember, the landlord in a lease agreement will always be the party representing the terms of the agreement to the tenant, and the tenant can then accept those terms or reject those terms, and that is when the agreement comes into being. So it's very important. So I used a lot of time to explain why we need to have our lease agreements in writing, and this is something crucial. Please keep that in mind and don't try and do a verbal agreement, because it does become very difficult to prove the terms of that contract. But let's get into a few important things, and then I'm going to break it down into a few takeaway points on do's and don'ts. But for the moment, the easiest way and the best way of dealing with a lease agreement is to get a lease agreement that is used by as many as possible users in the country. I am honored and privileged to be the drafting attorney of the TPN Leaseback residential lease. I've been responsible for the drafting for the past 6 years, and I'm very excited to see how many users we currently have at this stage. The majority of South African lease agreements, written lease agreements, are actually used, does use either the unamended form of the leaseback, or at least a similar or older version of this lease agreement. Why this is relevant is, one of the bigger problems with rentals is that neither landlord nor tenant understands the actual intricate terms of lease agreements. So what happens is, if we have a standardized document, suddenly people get comfortable. Imagine for a moment, you are a tenant and you're renting the property through an agency, and they're using a document that is based on the TPN leaseback. But then for the next term, you're renting a property directly from a landlord. But the document, even though the branding on the document isn't with the agency that you used previously, the content of the document is exactly the same, or at least very closely similar. You're comfortable with the content and the terms of this agreement. But even more importantly, judges and magistrates has to read the full content of an agreement if there's an agreement that forms the basis of a dispute or some or the other form of action, for instance, an eviction. And if that is the case, quickly imagine a judge with 60 matters on the roll in front of him for the day, of which, let's say, 7 is evictions. A residential lease agreement, if you really shrink it down as little as you can, page document. The truth is, you want a residential lease agreement to be more in the region of about 17 to 20 pages. Then I know you've covered a lot of it. But if a judge has to read 7 12 to 15 page documents, with all respect to all our judges, there's physically not enough time to read it in that much detail. So what we're seeing is more and more judges and magistrates are asking us, when we bring eviction applications, if the lease agreement is based on the TPN leaseback. This is absolutely fantastic, because this means when a judge has standardized documents in front of him, interpretation of those contracts and the actual decision on an eviction or a rental claim or whatever the dispute is obviously much quicker and much easier. Is something that I've been passionate about for a very long time, and I'm very excited to see we're getting to a point of standardization in lease agreements across national agencies and across landlords, and that does their own management and their own rentals. So you are more than welcome to have a look at that. We are hosting our stand for this particular show with TBN. So you are welcome to visit us and have a look at what we are offering for the industry in that sense, which will also make it much easier for you if you visit our YouTube channel, SSLR's YouTube channel. You will see that whenever I do training, whenever I record a video, I will always refer to the clauses in the lease pack that is relevant. So it makes it easier for everybody. And the truth is, I'll share this little secret with you. Actually, it's just so I can do one training session and I cover all the landlords and agents in one go by using the same lease agreement. So I'm not saying my standardization is because I don't want to do multiple trainings. I just honestly do believe that that is the best for the rental industry specifically. So let's get into a few do's and don'ts. I'm going to start with the don'ts because I love scaring people and then I leave you on a happy note. So the don'ts, very important. Ambiguity is the worst swear word that you will ever use when it comes to agreements. Ambiguity is when there are contradictions, for instance, in a contract. So on the one point you deal with subleasing, and then the next moment, and you say subleasing is not allowed. And the next moment, there's another clause saying that should you have a subtenant, the tenant will be responsible for the eviction of the delinquent subtenant. That causes ambiguity. Ambiguity's easy definition is that moment when you read something in a contract and you think, this doesn't make sense. That is how you know something is ambiguous. Why is this a problem? If you do not have proper interpretation clauses, for instance, a severability clause, which says if there's any dispute between specific clauses, you can read some of them as if they aren't in the contract, while the rest of the clauses still stand. If you do not have a clause like that, the problem that you're running into is at some stage a judge can't make a decision on what the true intention of the parties were. Why I'm saying this is the moment you start amending a document, for instance, the lease pack, you will run into a situation where you might not understand why there was a specific clause written into the agreement, and it could very well make the entire agreement illegal or at least unenforceable in certain aspects. So it's very important to keep this in mind. Something else that's very important is not to include illegal provisions. So what am I talking about? I have seen lease agreements that made me so sad. That does things, for instance, say the provisions of the Prevention of Illegal Evictions Act will not apply to this tenant. Now that's illegal. We do not have the right to contract out of legislation. It's very important to keep this in mind. To do something like, say, the CPA won't apply to this contract, where it does, suddenly it leaves both parties in a situation where they have no idea what's going on. Does it apply? Does it not apply? We can't contract out of legislation. It's very important. No illegal provisions. It places the entire enforceability of the contract at risk. Then, at the same time, it's very risky to draft specific provisions of legislation into a contract. Why am I saying this? Say, for instance, you quote provisions of Section 14 of the Consumer Protection Act into your lease agreement, and that act gets amended. It will mean that there's provisions written into your contract that might be burdensome on the landlord or the tenant that was a legal requirement at some stage, but now it got amended and your contract won't amend with that. When we deal with legislation in contracts, we do it in a way that we don't basically copy and paste legislation into the contract. You make reference to it in a way that will amend should the legislation amend as well. Very important. Then the last scary one, and I promise this is the last one I'll scare you with, is your method of service. I still see contracts to this day that requires notices to be delivered by registered mail. There's no requirement in our law to have any notice delivered by registered mail when it comes to lease agreements. So, for instance, we don't have to send a letter of demand before we cancel a tenant to evict him. We don't have to send that by registered mail unless you specifically ask for that in the lease agreement. If the lease agreement says notice must be given by registered mail, then it must. So why do we burden ourselves with stuff like this? You are more than welcome to insert a provision that says any notices can be delivered by email and then deemed to be received on the day of dispatch. And never do funny things on that, like write something in to say, on receipt of a read receipt, it will be deemed delivered. Because that power is in the receiver's hands. So why would you do something like that? Keep it simple and make sure that your notices can be delivered in a simple, effective manner. Let's get to the do's, and I'll be relatively quick on this one. The Consumer Protection Act is a very important piece of legislation. You are welcome to visit our stand, the SSLR and TPN stand. I have a specific flowchart which you can download in PDF that will show you when the CPA will apply to a lease agreement or not. So I'll keep it very simple, and that's why I don't have to explain it because I've drafted something for you. I drew a nice little picture. So if the Consumer Protection Act does apply to your lease agreement, there are very specific elements that's relevant. For instance, you need to give the tenant 20 business days before you can cancel the agreement if he is in breach of a provision of the agreement. And there's a lot of other things that becomes relevant when the CPA applies. And the only thing that you need to know is whether it applies to your lease agreement or not. And if it does, make sure that you have a look over Section 14 of the CPA and you really know that your lease agreement does incorporate all those provisions. So you are sure that you do comply with the provisions of that particular piece of legislation. Then the only other one that I do think is very important is a lease agreement must cater for any circumstance. And I don't think there's ever been a better time to realize this than during COVID. The moment COVID hit, I was very, very, very pleased to look over the TPN leaseback and realize we don't have to amend anything in the contract to make provisions for a situation like a state of disaster that we honestly never saw coming. You need to cater for situations like natural disasters, like a state of disaster, without calling it something specific. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of lease agreements currently specifically trying to deal with something like lockdowns and things like that. It's irrelevant, and now suddenly you could very well exclude a future circumstance that we might not be aware of yet. I'm not jinxing it. I'm just saying a lease agreement must be something that is very standard and that can apply in absolutely any circumstance. The moment you need to cater for something overly specific, be careful about that. Be careful, because if that circumstance doesn't occur, what are you not catering for? Because you are over catering for something specific. It has to be open enough to cater for absolutely any eventuality that might occur during the subsistence of the lease agreement. Now, the truth about lease agreements is there are so much, and if I have to tell you everything about the do's and the don'ts in lease agreements, I don't think I'll be able to just do that in 20 minutes. I won't even be able to do that in 3 days. So what I do suggest is, if you have any further questions, you're more than welcome to ask me now. If you want to have a direct, specific conversation, you're more than welcome to visit the SSLR and TPN stand. There are quite a few of our attorneys, as well as TPN's legal advisors, available at the stand to deal with any question that you might have with regards to lease agreements. I wish you all the best and happy renting.
online property event. Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit the info desk for FAQs or any assistance you may need. Now that you have your bearings, click on the Hello Visitor icon on the top right-hand corner and update your profile information for easy networking. You'll also be able to see your starred notifications here, as well as any meetings you may have scheduled. Now for the main stage. This is where all the action takes place. The main stage provides access to insightful keynote addresses from our incredible lineup of speakers, including industry professionals, influencers, and celebrities. Our laugh out loud comedy shows and stellar music performance by Sahara will also take place right here. You can easily navigate to check out our other speakers or see who's up next. With over 55 sessions, there is something for everyone. And now for the exhibition floor. Here you will meet all the brands that can assist you in achieving your property goals. We have categorized them to make it easier for you to find exactly who you are looking for. View them by category or view them all. Once you click on the exhibitor, it takes you to their booth. Here you can learn more about the company, look at their company details, and browse their special offerings. Now for the theatre sessions. Here you can easily join the live broadcasts and chat with fellow delegates. Want to interact with other people? Click the People tab to see all attendees. Find who you'd like to meet with, click Meet, select the date you would like to meet, and the time slot, and send your request. You will be notified when this request is accepted. And that is everything you need to know to participate in South Africa's biggest online property event. Enjoy the show!
make your mind.
Good afternoon, good day everybody, and welcome to
I feel you breathing on me, on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it, for you. I don't think I can let you go. I don't think I can let you go. Bet you love me before I go. Bet you love me before I go. I don't think I can let you go. I don't think I can let you go. Bet you love me before I go. Bet you love
where do we
me
start?
before I go.
Let's understand, firstly, our motives. What are we looking to do when we're trying to purchase a property? So, we need to be asking the questions when understanding our motives. And these are, why are you buying? What are you hoping to achieve? Do you want to rent or buy? And we'll discuss this in a bit more detail later. And are you looking for a home or an investment? So property can, and in my career certainly has shown, be a rewarding involvement, whether you're looking to buy, whether you're looking to purchase an investment, whether you're considering to say, no, I'll invest elsewhere and just rent a property. I think it's important right up front to understand your motives and what you're hoping to achieve. Most importantly, I think when we talk about purchasing property, I think we need to understand the differentiation between buying a home and putting a solid concrete slab under our feet and a good roof above our head. Somewhere where you can raise a family, where you can achieve stability, where you can build and create the value that you're trying to do for you and your family. And I think if we can get that right, first and foremost, that's the best investment anybody can make. Once perhaps that has been achieved, we can then expand later into saying, do we look for other properties, add improvements to it, sell it, buy a larger property, one more purposefully suiting your needs at that stage? Do we invest in other properties? What we want to really understand at this stage is to say, what are the motives of each and every one of you as you begin or continue your property journey? Why are you buying? Now, for most of us, as I said, that's to put a roof over our heads, to be able to create a place where our family can call a family home and to live meaningful and satisfying lives. What I want to do today, since many of you are relatively new buyers or first-time buyers, is to discuss some of the aspects that will relate depending on what your motives are. So, having understood your motives, let's go on to one or two other important elements that I believe have not changed in the last 35 years. Be prepared. As the scouts are, make sure that you know what you're looking for, what you need to be doing before you begin your journey. Do your homework. So, first is, where do you want to live? Let's investigate the neighborhood. Is it safe? Is it secure? Is it close to your work? Is it close to schools, universities? What amenities, facilities does it offer? Are there shops, gyms nearby? Or is that not important to you? Are there work opportunities nearby? Is it zoned correctly for schools? In other words, do you fit into the school that you wish to attend by living in that neighborhood? It's very important that prior to making the actual purchase or investment, that you understand where you're going to be. Now, most of us tend to want to live in neighborhoods that we know, where we grew up, where our family is, where our friends live. So those answers generally come naturally, but you do need to ask yourself, does it tick all the boxes? Then let's understand, when you have seen and are really interested in a property, let's investigate some of the factors around that particular property. What is the zoning? Can other surrounding properties be redeveloped? Can they block out your view? Let's understand the condition of the property. Can any plans nearby, for example, building of other institutions or other investments or other projects, shall I say, can they detract from the value once you've purchased? Those are the things you need to take into account and understand when you're looking to make your purchase. So be like the scout. Make sure that before you really commit yourself, you've done your homework, you understand where you're going to live, what that area offers, and what the property itself offers for you. Understand your legal position. What does that mean? So it's not just a question of finding the right property, but you need to understand in what legal entity you'll be purchasing that property. For example, in whose name that property will be registered. Understand the difference between ownership for you as an individual, whether you want to buy it in a company, a trust, or joint ownership if you wish to buy it with somebody else. And for each of those ownerships, there are different tax implications. So we need to understand the additional cost to be budgeted for when transferring the property into your legal entity of choice, and the capital gains tax applicable when selling. Make sure that you've done your homework in that regard, and that you understand the different implications as a result. Understand your financial position. Now, before embarking on even beginning to look for your property, you need to understand how much you can afford to invest, i.e., how much deposit you have, and then the finance required and who will be prepared to give that finance to you, what your position will be in terms of being able to make those repayments. So the best way to do this is to get pre-qualified prior to actually going on the search for your property. This generally will save you a lot of time. And the way one can do this is through a mortgage originator such as Uber, and our company is affiliated to Uber, so we would be able to make the introduction and provide that service. Uber would come along, they would look at your financial position, taking all your income and your expenditure, and then be able to give you a pre-qualified certificate as to what you would be able to afford when applying for a bond through a bank or a financial institution. And then understanding your financial position, you need to understand that there are ongoing monthly costs besides your bond repayment. Rates, taxes on the property, levies if you're in a sectional title scheme, water, electricity. Generally, you need to also budget for ongoing repairs because that is part and parcel of ownership of property. So you need to put aside and make sure that financially you can take care of those ongoing monthly costs. And lastly, understanding your financial position means that you need to be prepared that interest rates, as well as your other expenses that I've mentioned, may increase. Now, interest rates could increase monthly, those aren't annually. The other expenses generally are annually. But interest rates tend to go in cycles, and we need to make sure that you're not using your last cent to just cover the interest rates now, and that any increase in interest rates and increase, therefore, in bond repayments is going to make it difficult for you on a financial basis. Just a short note on interest rates at the moment. We're experiencing interest rates at between 45 and 50-year lows. That's a unprecedented position in which to borrow money from your bank or financial institution and to be able to afford the repayments. Generally, what that has meant is that as the interest rates are lower, because your repayment is the same, you can afford a higher bond amount, which puts you in a position to potentially be in the best possible time as we stand right now to purchase a property. And I think that the increase that we're having in activity in the market is directly related. So go out, do your homework, understand financially where you are, and compared to where you would have been 2 to 2.5 years ago, you have a much greater opportunity of financing and purchasing a higher value property than you would have been. So this is your time. But
baby, tell me about your dreams. Tell me everything, yeah. Do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. Party's never over for me. My favorite Toy Story. Bo Peep is chasing me. Woody, let me be a fantasy. Swiss Army King, they call me. Come find the key, baby, baby. I don't think I can let you go. I don't think I can let you go. Bet you love me before I go. Bet you love me before I go. I don't think I can let you go. I don't think I can let you go. Bet you love me before I. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need, babe. Tell me about your dreams. Tell me everything, yeah. Do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. Tell me what you need, baby. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need, babe. Tell me about your dreams. Tell me everything. fall for make-believe, but this is something else. I better be careful. You're beautiful, and I'm going down again. Hey, 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 hey.
Welcome to the Virtual Property Show, South Africa's biggest online property event. Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit the info desk for FAQs or any assistance you may need. Now that you have your bearings, click on the Hello Visitor icon on the top right-hand corner and update your profile information for easy networking. You'll also be able to see your starred notifications here, as well as any meetings you may have scheduled. Now for the main stage. This is where all the action takes place. The main stage provides access to insightful keynote addresses from our incredible lineup of speakers, including industry professionals, influencers, and celebrities. Our laugh out loud comedy shows and stellar music performance by Sahara will also take place right here. You can easily navigate to check out our other speakers or see who's up next. With over 55 sessions, there is something for everyone. And now for the exhibition floor. Here you will meet all the brands that can assist you in achieving your property goals. We have categorized them to make it easier for you to find exactly who you are looking for. View them by category or view them all. Once you click on the exhibitor, it takes you to their booth. Here you can learn more about the company, look at their company details, and browse their special offerings. Now for the theatre sessions. Here you can easily join the live broadcasts and chat with fellow delegates.
Kids go on a road trip in the country, husband, wife, and the kids behind. And we all know what those road trips are like, right? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Anyway, they were going along in this van, and they saw a cow. In the middle of the field, there was standing one of these, I think that's called a Friesland cow, standing in the middle of the field. And the kids had never seen one. They had grown up, they were little, they had grown up in New York. And it was, Dad, stop the car, Dad, stop the car. So he did. He stopped the car, and they were taking photos of this cow out in the field, which for you and me might seem really random, but for someone who's never seen a cow before, it's a big deal. Especially if you're a 4 or 5 year old. This thing looks like a monster in front of you. And they were taking photos and so forth, and eventually they moved on because they needed to. Right? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And as they were driving further down the road, what they noticed was, well, there were more cows that they were taking photos of and so on. But there was another cow, and then they saw 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 another cow, and eventually the cows became boring, right? Because it was almost like white noise. Once you've seen a cow and you've gotten excited about it, and then you start seeing more and more and more and more of them, it gets less and less attractive or appealing, right? Bad news if you're a cow. Okay? Bad news if you're a cow. So it got Seth thinking, but okay, how do you then stand out in this crowd? If you're a cow, how do you differentiate yourself from all the other cows? And what would make me stop and take photos again? What would make me stop the car, get out, and my kids take photos again? And he thought, what if one of those cows was a purple cow? Can you imagine driving through the countryside, seeing cow after cow, and then all of a sudden, there's this big purple cow standing in the middle of the field? Guaranteed you pull over, guaranteed you stop and take a photograph, and probably in these days share it on Facebook and Instagram and social media and wherever else. Definitely you would take a photo, right? And that was sort of the point, was, well, in the world we find ourselves in now, what is it that creates that essence that the purple cow has in your world? What is it that makes it remarkable? And I emphasize that word remarkable because it's something that you would remark on, right? The word remarkable. What would make people remark about what you're doing? What would make people remark about what your product is, what your service is? How do you stand out? Because if everybody is offering the similar or same type of service, or it's perceived to be the same type of service, or home that you're selling, or the profile of buyer that you are, how do you stand out from everybody else? So we'll talk about that in just a sec. So Seth went and wrote this book called The Purple Cow. I recommend you go and get it. Nowadays you can get it at Exclusive Books and Take-A-Lot, I believe, and Amazon if you can't find it on Take-A-Lot. But go and check out The Purple Cow, where he unpacks this whole story, but then talks about how to stand out in a world of vanilla, right? A world of Friesland, normal black and white cows. So what he did to promote his book years ago was very different to what most of us would do. He didn't just take it to a publisher and then decide to print it and then go to newsstands or the equivalent of Exclusive Books in the United States. No, a few things were different. One, the books were all put in milk cartons, as you see here. Yeah, that's right, milk cartons. And here's the thing, you couldn't just buy one book. You had to buy 10 more. So you had to buy 11 books in order to get Seth Godin's book. Why is that important? Well, you're not going to read it 11 times, surely, or 11 different copies. So why would he do that? To create virality around it. You'd buy the one, and what would you do with the others? You'd give them away. You'd give the other 10 to friends who would then get access to it, and so the virality would continue and they would share it and so on. And I guess that's why so many people know who Seth Godin is, and why so many people know the story, or have heard of at least, the story of the purple cow. But here's the thing, you couldn't even buy this in bookshops or online. You had to go to Seth's site to buy this as well. So it became a bit of a exclusivity factor created around this. It was almost like the purple cow theme and marketing tactic was baked in to the book, The Purple Cow, right? It was already standing out. There was a book about standing out that was standing out in its execution of marketing. So anyway, a little bit of marketing mumbo jumbo there for you. Let me give you a different example. In the UK, there were these young guys that came up with this brand here called Innocent Smoothies, right? It's looked like every other smoothie. It probably tasted like most smoothies out there. It was packaged until they changed tack slightly. It was packaged like most smoothies out there as well. Until one day, these two youngsters decided to do something completely different. And what they did was put little beanies on their smoothies. Can you imagine walking through a store? And let's take a South African context. Walking through Pick n Pay or ShopRite or Woolworths, and on the shelves are all the different fruit juices and smoothies that you could get. They all look pretty much the same, unless you have a particular brand that you like. But then, somewhere on that shelf, you see smoothies. You don't recognize the brand yet, but have these little tiny beanies on. I guarantee, even if you don't buy them, you're going to walk up to them to see what's going on and why exactly they've done that. It was such a clever tactic. Now, yes, they did do it to raise awareness and to raise funds for different organizations. You see the little the aunties behind me that are knitting the little beanies, and obviously they knitted big beanies to give to kids and underprivileged and so forth. So it had a great message and meaning behind it as well. But that aside for a second, it differentiated them from every other smoothie in the UK. And you might go, well, so what? Well, that's so what. Innocent Smoothies was bought by Coca-Cola for $100 million US. A couple of youngsters that started a smoothie brand that just changed something tiny in their business, got to stand out, got recognized, and were bought out for $100 million US. The purple cow effect, right? So here's the question we ask our people all the time. Guys, is Remax remarkable? What are they saying about us? Is your service remarkable? And what are they saying about you? And it's a question that we ask our team of broker owners, our team of agents on a consistent basis. Because we want to know what we could do right now. We need to keep evolving, right? We want to know what we could do right now that would make them talk about us. And when I say them, I mean our clients and the people that we serve in the right way. We have to continue to listen. So let's put that in the context of real estate. How do you stand out as a purple cow? You know, whether you're a buyer, a seller, or an agent. Now, from a buyer's perspective,
you're able to obtain a quote through your home loan process, application process, and you're able to select whether you would like a homeowner's comprehensive insurance cover through Absa Insurance Company. We enable this through the sales process, and it makes it seamless for you as a customer. We also provide you affordable premiums that can be debited from your bank account, or if you choose, can be debited from your home loan, which allows for your premiums to be paid and for you always to be covered. Absa Insurance Company offers you a homeowner's comprehensive insurance that offers many perils that are covered by our policy. These include, but are not limited to, the bursting, leaking, and overflowing of pipes and geysers, and this cover is unlimited through the lifetime of your policy. We also insure you for fire and explosion, for acts of nature, which include storms, lightning, earthquakes, flooding. We include cover for subsidence and landslip, which is a requirement by any bank in terms of a comprehensive insurance cover. We also cover you for malicious damage and impact damage where a tree may fall onto a wall on your property or a vehicle may drive into a property, and those events are covered by your insurance policy. What's important to note is that as a policy holder or a potential home buyer, you need to understand what you are covered for and what you are not covered for by your insurance policy. Not every eventuality is covered by the insurance policy, and as a policy holder, it is extremely important that you read the policy terms and conditions, that you understand what is covered and what is not covered. Our policy wording has been simplified and has examples in it to enable you to understand it and fully understand what the obligations of the insurer are, as well as your obligations as the homeowner. There are many tips that we can provide you in terms of your homeowner's insurance cover, and these are simply to read your policy wording, understand the terms and conditions, understand your obligations. Your obligations include maintaining your property, ensuring that when you are purchasing the property, that the property is structurally sound and has no structural defects in it that may later cause damages to the property, which would not be insured by an insurance policy. It is important for you to understand that your responsibilities also include the wear and tear that may occur with a newer property that would take longer. With older properties, it is important for you to understand that wear and tear and maintenance of older properties is far more important. In terms of your policy, some of the tips that we can provide you with to maintain your property during the seasonal changes that occur and the different types of weather that could affect your property adversely, such as when we're moving from the winter seasons to the summer seasons. Okay, you would have collected leaves in the gutters through the winds that have gone by and the leaves that have fallen off the trees during the colder seasons, ensuring that you clear out those gutters from blockages to prevent it in the rainy seasons to actually get blocked with water that could seep into the property and cause further damage to your homes. It is important as well to ensure that shrubs and trees are kept away from the actual structure of your property. Should a fire occur from the outside, it may not necessarily reach your property if you've had your property cleaned and well maintained, especially if you live in the outlying areas or in the veld areas where fires are predominant. What's also important to note is that your plumbing is in order, that your pipes are secure and fitted, that you check your water bills on an ongoing basis, understanding that if there is a spike in the water bill, that you may be experiencing a burst or a leaking pipe that may be under your home or in the walls where it is not visible to the naked eye. And it's important for you to understand that you're able to identify these potential losses and inform your insurer before it could become a major loss to you. In addition, with regards to fires and load shedding that occurs, it's important to understand that switching off of plug points, especially stoves and irons, which can cause fires when electricity is switched back on. These sort of tips help to enable you to manage your insurance risks and manage your property to prevent a loss from occurring. It's also important that you understand that in the change of seasons, there are certain things within your property and outside of your property that need to be taken care of. The running of a pool for 8 hours a day during summer, ensuring that your filter system's working and that there are no cracks or damages in your pool to prevent water loss from a pool, which could also affect the foundation of the property and cause major damage and is very costly. Certain events like this are not covered by your insurance policy, so it is very important that you read and understand the terms and conditions. I trust this gives you sufficient information to manage your insurance policy better, understanding homeowners' insurance cover and how important it is to protect your asset and also the memories that you make in your home. I thank you And I now hand over to Miguel Martin.
Miguel Martins, and I'm from Absa Home Loans. My job is to look after our property investors. And as an investor myself, I know what it is to buy your first property and to grow that property, deal with tenants, etc. And I always look to share my knowledge and my experience, as well as the various conversations I have with our customers to ensure that they are getting into property investment in the right way, as well as growing their portfolios in a sustainable manner. We go out into the market every year to see how our property investors are doing and what are their needs and pain points. And we tend to find that there are 4 types of property investors. Those investors who are preparing to invest, and that tends to be the majority of the market, about 45%. Then we find those investors who have got 1 or 2 properties, putting their toes in the water, and that tends to be another 37% of the market. That drops off significantly though, for those investors who have 3 to 10 properties, with only 8% of investors being in that bracket. And lastly, only 6% of investors have 10 or more properties. For each of these investor types, we've developed a product to help them to not only initially get into purchasing their first property investment, but also to optimize and grow their portfolios. We've also gone into the market and identified 2 key partners to help us, to help our customers. That is the South African Property Investors Network and TPN. Michelle and Andrew from those companies will be joining us during this presentation to take you through what their companies can offer you as you invest and grow your portfolios. For those investors preparing to invest, there are 3 things I really want you to think about. The first thing is your credit score. Ensure that your credit score is good and that you do not have any issues with your credit score. Without that, you will not be able to get favorable terms when it comes to lending with any of the banks. So ensure that you protect it and that you maintain a good credit score. Secondly, knowledge and education. Ensure that you invest in yourself in reading websites, reading books, watching webinars such as this, as well as going on courses as they become available. That investment in yourself will pay dividends 10 times when it comes to purchasing a better property investment. And then lastly, your network. Try find other property investors who are in the same boat as you, either looking to get into property investment or looking to grow. They are on the same journey, and what I find with property investors is that they're always willing to share their learnings, willing to share their insights, and you can only grow as a property investor as you meet other property investors. For those investors preparing to invest, we have 2 great products to help you invest in your first property. The My Home home loan product is for those investors who earn up to 25,400 Rand. With My Home, you'll get up to 100% LTV. That's loan to value. You'll also get 50% off your bond registration fees, and your initiation fees will be zeroed. We give you access to a borrower education course, which is a great course to understand what it is to buy property and to purchase your first investment. The Young Professional Home Loan allows you to borrow up to 105% LTV. That additional 5% is there to help you with your transfer fees and other borrowing costs as you purchase your first property. For the Young Professional, we allow you up to 30% discount off your bond registration fee, and the attorney comes to you. Of course, a Young Professional is anyone with an NQF 8 or higher course. For those investors who have 1 to 2 properties, 3 words I have for you: location, location, location. Ensure that you are investing in areas where there is high demand from tenants. Ensure that your property is near transport links, as well as amenities that you think your tenant would value, such as shopping centers, schools, services, etc. By doing so, you add to the product that is your property to let. Lastly, consider the competition in your area. Consider how your property will stand head and shoulders above other properties that are available to let, and that tenants will choose your property first. For you, we have the Absa Buy to Let, which allows you to lend up to 100% loan to value. The Absa Buy to Let allows you to use the existing rental income that you're obtaining in your current portfolio towards your income so that you can maximize your affordability. It also has a unique feature, unique to Absa only, the future rental income, which for those investors who already have 2 properties, allows you to add the rental income you're going to achieve for the property you're financing towards your affordability, thereby maximizing the lending that you can utilize. The future rental income is only for investors who have 2 properties currently and are looking to grow to their 3rd or more property. For those investors who have 3 to 10 properties, we find that those investors tend to run into a cash crunch. Cash is incredibly important when it comes to putting down deposits, paying transfer fees, as well as minor renovations that you'll be doing to your investment property. For this, we suggest you look at your property equity. Property equity is the market value of a property less the outstanding loan of the property. So assuming that you have an outstanding loan of 600,000, but your property is worth 800,000, that indicates that you have 200,000 available to be able to access as equity in cash. For that, we have the Absa Further Advance. With the Absa Further Advance, you can access this equity, we increase your loan, and you can use that cash towards any purpose whatsoever, such as investing in growing your property portfolio. For those investors who have 10 or more properties, we want to help you leverage your portfolio to achieve exponential growth. For you, we have the Universal Package. The Universal Package is for the sophisticated investor. It allows you to put multiple properties within one facility. Think of it as a home loan on steroids. And as you pay off that home loan, the capital portion of your monthly payment becomes immediately accessible to utilize as you require. There's no need to reapply, and you can access it as you wish. The Universal is a 20-year facility with home loan rates. But the key advantage of the Universal is that as you pay that loan down, you can immediately access the capital portion of what you've paid down. There's no need to refinance or to reapply for that capital.
Virtual Property Show, South Africa's biggest online property event. Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit the info desk for FAQs or any assistance you may need. Now that you have
it's pretty much a clean deal for the seller, and the seller then needs to decide whether they're willing to drop that price to be able to walk away with money in hand. So the investor holds the cards. So I wouldn't necessarily say an agent wouldn't want to work with an investor. I would almost say a lot of investors are that savvy that they're able to do a lot of those transactions without the assistance of an agent. So I'd almost say it's slightly the other way around. Let's see, Chris, so how come no one is talking about fixing interest rates when buying now? Krista, it's a good question, and one I've often asked as well, and when I was explained that, it then made a whole lot of sense. So the problem with fixing, and by the way, I'm not an expert from the bank or finance expert, but what I can tell you and what I've been told is that fixing interest rates isn't what you and I think. So for starters, the bank won't fix an interest rate for a long period, probably max 2 to 3 years for starters. So so that's what they'll fix it for. They'll also fix it at a higher price. So if your current interest rate is prime minus X, let's just pick I'm just going to pick a flat number and call it 7%. Your interest rate 7%. They're probably going to fix that interest rate at a higher number and for a shorter windows. And then when you start doing the math, it probably makes sense to stay on a variable lending rate. Abe, is it possible to work as an estate agent and get your required hours and experience as a second job, like after hours and during weekends? Abe, I hate to be a fence sitter. The answer is yes and no. Yes, you can, but it is a tough job. I mean, it might not seem like it. And I know most people look at agents, go, oh, look at all the money they earn, all the commission. But if you look at the amount of time and effort that gets put in behind the scenes that no one really gets to see, you'll understand that it's a full-time job. It's a very rewarding job. If you put in the effort, if you put in the time, my mentor used to say that it's a high-paying, hard-working job. So the more you put in, literally, the more you will get out. But there's a lot of sacrifice as well. Again, people think agents work on a Sunday between 2 and 5. If only you knew, there's so much that transpires, during work hours, after work hours, taking calls late, etc., that it's very difficult to make it like a second job because the buyers and the sellers, they are phoning at all times of the day, and you have to fit into their schedule. Ben Jones, the organizer. Hello, Ben. Glad you're watching. I thought you were running around organizing everybody else, but I'm glad you saw it. My favorite Seth Godin book and why is this one. There's the purple car. It's the first one I got. I read a few others of his, but this sort of resonated with me because, Remax, sorry, I'm not meant to mention our brand that many times. Sorry, Ben. But what we try and do is stand out as much as we can. In fact, we've got something called the Remax Formula, and inside of it is a bunch of what we call icons. So it's our makeup of our company, and one of those icons is in fact be different. How do you stand out and look different from your competitor? And for us, it's not just in the look. It's not just, for example, the brand. Yeah, hot balloon. It's you can stand out and be remarkable and be different in your service business. It's repeat and referred business. So uncles, aunties, sisters, cousins, nephews, friends referred. Then I best make sure I put my best foot forward now, because that's where my future business is going to come from. So. Ole Wale, I hope I pronounced that right. Ole Wale said, how do you measure how a property appreciates? Is it solely determined by time or developments in the area? So it's difficult to determine by how much a property is going to appreciate. It is very much dependent on area. I know it's a cliche, but it really is the whole location. You can buy a great property in a not so great area and not see the appreciation you want, or you can buy a not so great property but in a good area and see the appreciation because of the land value. So difficult for me to answer that question. I guess you'd have to try and figure that out for yourself. And again, my advice would be to speak to property experts, speak to investors out there as well. Let our property experts put you in touch with some investors and ask them questions. Just last week, and I'm not going to mention his name because he won't want me to, but I met with a friend of mine who's an investor, and in a half-hour lunch with him, I got to learn plenty from him, and I've been doing this for 15 years. So yeah, talk to people. Ntabi Singh says, what is the maximum commission percentage that an estate agent can charge, and what is the lowest percentage? There is no high and there is no low. It really is going to be, it's a negotiation between you as the seller and the agent and what you believe that person is worth. Remax, we don't prescribe a number. I can't speak for our competitors, I don't know, but we don't prescribe and say the number is X. The number is left up to the agent and I guess our franchise or agency to determine. And all of the time it's based on the service that agent will deliver. It's an interesting topic and probably one that can be spoken about just on its own. But I guess we are so used to, in the world that we all live in paying fees on time. You know, I had an electrician over, he charged for an hour's labor. I had a plumber over, and they charged for 2 hours labor for the work that is done. But with an agent, doesn't get paid for the time that gets put in. They get paid for the result that they produce. So the question, for argument's sake, would be, would I want to pay an agent more for selling my house at the price that I wanted in one day? Or should I be paying them more or less for the price that I wanted if it took them 6 months? And it's an interesting phenomena. But for me, sorry, I went around in a circle there. To answer your question, in terms of saying, it's between you and the agent. You guys decide what is fair, and you determine whether you believe that service is worth the fee that they're going to charge. Cameron, how are properties evaluated or valued? Are there criteria or scales used to determine the property value? Cameron, yes, there are. It's quite, it's fairly complicated. But if I can give you a high level, if you want, you can go to our booth and we can put you in touch with an agent that can explain in more detail. But essentially what they're going to do is walk through your home, look at obviously the location, okay, for starters. Walk through your home, look at the features, look at what's there, 3 beds, 2 baths and beyond, and the pool and all the other stuff that comes with it. And then they're going to do what's called a comparative market analysis. So what that means is they're going to look at other similarly sized homes with similar features in the same and or similar suburbs that have sold recently, and then compare their estimation with what's sold to get to some sort of a level. If you want more detail on that, it gets a bit more complicated, and you can talk to an agent about that. But that's essentially how they do that. I see our PR lady is on it. She's already replied to you, Cameron, with how to go about that. There's a video on it. Any other questions for me? Was I meant to run a poll? Oh, I suppose I should. I started a poll, but
save up for it.
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family? Can I bank here?
Or even here?
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about 2?
Can I go back to school? With Absa, I can.
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 I can. I can.
We do more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, 2 parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the 2 of us? Or 3? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, noma gogo under one roof? It often means
We need a bigger place.
And doesn't family also always mean big plans.
It's big enough.
It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max and I'm an actor. And like you, I'm staying home right now, so I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new, something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Want something to keep you warm? And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
So I just went out to get ikozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba Gogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, Gogo saves more by buying more. Now this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
Talking, because then you so much start talking to no one. That happened earlier to me. I'm going to be honest with you. In my mind, the session started, I was telling jokes, and then they messaged me and said, Dalen, you're speaking to nobody. I said, yep. Feels like the story of my life since the start of lockdown, because I'm a comedian. And usually when we on stage, when we performing, we say, hey, what's up? How you doing? And the audience goes, woo! Even if it's one person that just right at the back goes, woo! You at least hear something. Now I'm sitting in my office. with a banner behind me. For those of you who want to know what this is a media banner wall that you'll have outside of shows taking pictures. Is it on a structure? No, we're kicking it old school. There's masking tape all over my wall. It's a mess, but no one can see it because that's the new normal. We let people see what they need to see. We're all wearing tracksuit pants or shorts or other bottoms, but yeah, I'm dressed formal. This is the first time I'm dressed formal since the start of lockdown. And when I say formal, I mean I'm wearing clothes with a button, but I can't close my shirt because, let's just say lockdown happiness did not allow me to close my shirt. But like I said, it's the second session of day one of the Virtual Property Show, and we're going to have tons of fun. So before we get into laughing, before we get into some other gears, I want you to know that there's a comment section. Please throw in. Ben, lovely, great to have you. Tracy says, aware, see ya, woohoo, Asanda Plaiki, lovely, good to see you. Okay, very, very important. Now, to make sure that there's good juice and that there's good energy flowing, okay, it's been a few months in lockdown now. We've survived the pandemic so far. We survived earthquakes in Cape Town. South Africa, we survived load shedding, okay? Yesterday was the 1st of October. We survived debit orders, people. We survived debit orders. Someone tweeted yesterday, they said, what are you watching? And I was like, my debit orders. That's exactly what I'm watching. So wherever you are in South Africa, in the world, just give yourself a hug. Give yourself a hug, please. Give yourself a pat in the back. Clap, scream, and cheer because you have made it, okay? You have made it. That's very important. You have made it. So well done. Very, very proud of you, me, and all of us for pushing through and coping. I see Revashka says, Tammy B says hi. Tell Tammy B I say hi. I want you to interact as much as possible in the comment section. And that's what we want you to do throughout the second session of day one of the Virtual Property Show. Interact with all of the individuals who are speaking. Tell us what's your thoughts. If you have questions, pop it in there. Very important. If you want to hit us up on social media, hit us up on social media because that's how quiet we are. We even got a hashtag. That's right. This is how old I am. I'm only 31, but I'm an old man. I still go hashtag VPS 2020 at Private Property SA. Okay, so hop onto Twitter at Private Property SA, hashtag VPS, and let's have some fun. I see Dave. Woo, Dave, that's a serious surname. McGlashan. Wow, that is Scottish and South African all in one. It's not a Kardashian, he's a McGlashan. Beautiful stuff. Yep, Dave, we've got earthquakes in Cape Town. We do. Yep, it all came through the promenade since the first day of lockdown when we were allowed to walk. Okay, so Alex, I see you popping up. That's beautiful stuff. Alex says that I'm on mute. Can you guys hear me? No, they can hear me. Alex, you on mute. Just check your thing. If you can hear me, just pop it in the section. We're all good. Let me check what my techie says. Alex, don't make me stress like this. Don't make me stress, Alex. Let me ask the techie, can you hear me? Beautiful. Okay. While we're just making sure you can hear me or not, very important, okay? So there's 5 bits that you need to know today, okay? There's a reception area. When you go online, there's a reception area, okay? That's where you're going to chill. It's weird because online they call it the lobby. They've been calling it the lobby. And it's not the lobby. No, it's a stoep. Or it's the reception. But in South Africa, so we say it's the stoep. You know, because people don't come to you at home and say, because you're working from home, they don't say, hey, he's in the lobby. No, he's on the stoep or he's outside. He's by the gate, okay? Then we've got the main stage. That's where we are now, where all the speakers will be chatting. Alex, I checked with the techies. We are not on mute. So, Alex, that is your devices. Make sure you didn't mute yourself. It's like when you're looking for the keys. You don't know where the keys are, but then the keys are in your hand. That's what you're experiencing now, Alex. And then we've got those exhibitions, okay? Very important. The exhibitions, go engage with those exhibitors, okay? They'll be ready to answer all your property-related questions. We're all in the same boat. We want to acquire property. We want to see what's the deal, what's the buzz, the interest rate that is at its all-time low in 50 years in South Africa. So we want to see how we can move forward in the space. Then you can go to the theater sessions. You're not going to see a movie there. You're not going to see a theater show. No, right? It's a breakaway theater session. It's also aimed at educating and getting your questions answered, because that's what's very important at the Virtual Property Show. We want to make sure that your answers are answered, even if you go in with an answer, all your questions are answered. That's what I was supposed to say. Okay, that's very, very important. And then also, I love this tab. There's a networking and people tab. Just to make sure, the networking and people tab is not Tinder, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go to the people and networking tab to look for love. Okay, don't go look for love in the networking and people tab. If you're from my generation and you're looking for love, you can SMS love to 30035, and then you'll find it. The youngsters don't know what I'm talking about, but that's where you can find love. Okay, Natasha says we can hear you. Ashley Devet, our Ashley, my homie, Ashley says that it is a stoop. It's very important. So. People, lockdown, oh my word, it's been interesting, right? But what I'm very proud of now that we're in level 1, we are not wearing gowns. Because I don't know about you, I was wearing a gown throughout lockdown. My gown became my work clothes and my work clothes became my gown. I didn't know how to distinguish between anything anymore because of the gown. And this is very, very important, okay? Ashley says no Tinder. Damn, I have to log off. Okay, Ashley, then you can use it as Tinder. Make it work for you. That's the most important part. Make it work for you. You answered are answered and your questions are questioned. That's correct. Kaesh, you must confuse the people with the words. Okay, so now this is very important about the gown. I just want to give a big, big shout out to everyone who wore gowns. Because let's get real. All of us wore a gown during lockdown. If you were fortunate enough to work from home, you wore your gown. Some of you went to the car in your gown. Some of you went to the shop, some of you dropped your kids here, some of you did activities in your gown. So what I want to say is, to all the judgy people out there who have been judging all the aunties that have been wearing their gown in the hood for so many years, shame on you. Because you and I became those aunties during lockdown. We all became those aunties during lockdown because we wore gowns. We always used to make fun of those aunties. Why are they wearing the gown to the shop? Why are they dropping their children at school in the gown? Why are they doing everything in the gown? They're always standing outside the gate or outside the fence just wearing a gown. Those aunties, ladies and gentlemen, are the pioneers. They were the original influencers, the aunties in the gowns. They were the original influencers, I promise you. We got nothing on them. We only started smuggling cigarettes and alcohol illegally because of a lockdown. Those aunties with a gown, they could get you illegal cigarettes and alcohol back in the day already when they started wearing gowns. In fact, those aunties could get you shoes and clothes as well. They could get you food. Those aunties had connections for days. And now there's social media where you like and you follow, and that's where you stay up to date with what's happening. Those aunties wearing the gowns in the hood, they were the original influencers. They're the original social media legends. Those aunties knew all the gossip stories that was happening, which was like social media. They were the #1 influencers. So can you please pay tribute and respect to the aunties in the gowns, okay? It's very, very, very important. You'll see me clicking here. I see my comment section here. I'm just chatting to everyone. There we go. With the stockings on their head, there we go, Amrish. The swilkos is what we call it in Cape Town, the curling sock. Now, for those of you that don't know me, just to give you a quick insight, my name's Dalen Oliver, like I said up front, and I'm from Retreat. It's in the southern suburbs in Cape Town. If you don't know where Retreat is, that's fine. But if you're from outside of Cape Town, just don't confuse yourself, because it's not a retreat and it's not the retreat. It's just Retreat. A lot of people from outside of Cape Town say, oh my word, you stay in a retreat. I said, no, it's a retreat. They're like, Americans, oh my word, you stay in the retreat. I'm like, no, it's just Retreat. There's no day spa there. There's a quick spa in the main road, but there's no day spa, okay? And me as a human being, I'm directly rooted with my roots in Retreat, because my hairline, I'm going bald, my hairline is like the area I come from, because it likes to retreat. It's like a boring one for you to take home. Also, fun fact about Retreat, since we're at the virtual property show, ladies and gentlemen, Retreat had its very first squirrel during the pandemic. That's right, between March and October, Retreat had its very first squirrel. On July the 28th, Retreat had its first squirrel. It was spotted on the roof of a taxi in the main road, and since then, Retreat's property prices have been flourishing. We all know that the market's in an interesting space. Whatever you bought for, you're selling for less because of COVID-19, because of interest rates, right? But not Retreat, because of that one squirrel on the roof of that taxi. Retreat's property prices have gone up by 1.5, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever they bought it for, they're getting 1.5 on that. So shout out to that squirrel. That squirrel is still there. It's just cruising up and down on that taxi, on the roof all the time. It's very, very important. So this is the mad part, man. Like when I was chatting to the virtual property show people, Luciano is also saying, "Brand, never seen a squirrel in retreat." Yo, Luciano, we got squirrels since July 28, 2020, bruh. Don't tell too many people, they might come take it away and our property prices will drop. Keep the squirrel there. But this is the mad thing about life, right? This is what I discovered about life. We need more life education, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have life education. I mean, yesterday was the 1st of October. And again, people said, go work, go study. And once you do all that, you'll make money. And then what you're going to do? You're going to be able to rent a place, buy a place, invest in property and do the things that you want to. It's going to be easy. But what they didn't tell you about was the debit order, ladies and gentlemen. No one told us about the debit order. Can we just agree that that's the first thing that should be taught at school, the debit order? Because the debit order will tell you that your money is not your money. For those of you that don't know, the debit order is the adult version of the childhood game Peekaboo. Do you guys remember Peekaboo? Yep, you go, put your hands in front of your eyes. You go, Peekaboo, I see you, to the kid, and then the kid goes, and the parents go, look how smart the kid is, right? And for the locals on the Cape Flats, you don't call it peekaboo, you call it where's he? Just means where's he? We don't have a where's she? It's just where's he? And then you look and then you say Daisy. Now, debit orders is the adult version of peekaboo and where's he? Because as soon as you get paid, the bank says peekaboo, then your debit order say, I see you, come on, and they take all your money, and then you can't do with your money what you wanted to do. And this is my question. Because I know that Absa, FNB, and Nedbank are proud sponsors of the virtual property show. Shout out to them for getting involved. This is my question to the people at the bank. How do the debit orders go off in the no signal zone? How? I can't send a WhatsApp or email or take a phone call in the no signal zone while I'm in the lift. I can't send anything while I'm in the lift, but I can still get the SMS that tells me I don't have money. How is that possible? So there's all these adult questions that I have that need to be answered. Even with property is mad because no one tells us about it. It's something we discover on our own while exploring adulthood, right? And I never knew how to acquire property, what the process was when I was a lighty in my early 20s. No one told me. So in my amateur/naive mind, my only property experience was with Monopoly. You guys remember Monopoly, the board game? That was my only property experience. So I thought if I want to buy property one day, I don't have to go to the bank and apply for a bond. No, I just have to walk around the block once, because that's what they do in Monopoly. They walk around the block once. Then you see the house you want. I knock on the neighbor's door. And then they give me 200 Rand for passing the neighbor's house, because our pass begin once I've gone around the block. Knock on the neighbor's door and say, "My bro, I want to buy your house." The neighbor says, "Cool." And then I'll give you my hat or a shoe. That's how I thought you buy property. But obviously that's not the case. That's not the case, right? Because then you start exploring and you're realizing, okay, cool, this is going to be the bond cost. But then no one told you about the other bond cost that there is. And they're like, no, it's not another bond cost, because now you have two people trying to explain it to don't understand each other. They're like, what do you mean it's not another bond cost? They're like, no, that's just additional cost that you must pay for the lawyer and for the conveyancer and the transfer fees. And then you as a new buyer, you're going, but isn't that all included in the bond cost? They're like, no, there's additional money. And now you start stressing, you're like, flip, but now I'm buying a place of, let's say, R1 million, and now we got the additional costs of 50K. I don't just have 50K lying around. Now you go, flip, I need old money, but the only old money I have is the old 10 Rand and 100 Rand notes without Mandela's face on it. And I'm going, how do I get this property? And it's all so much stress, right? It's all so much stress. The buying process, the moving out process. No one tells you about it. There's just so much confusion. Even when you're moving and you're about to rent, you're a first-time renter, you're a first-time buyer, no one tells you that the places don't come furnished. Okay, I know you can search furnished or non-furnished, but when you're naive, you don't know to search these things. Because in my mind, everything came furnished like they do in the movies. I wasn't aware of this, right? So what happened with my first place that I moved into as a youngster? I walked in and it smelled like no furniture. And then I got a fridge. Then I got a fridge. Again, these things are expensive. So now you have, if you're purchasing it, your bond costs, right? Then you have your monthly debit of your bond, and then the additional cost. Now you must still buy stuff for the place that you moved into, and now there's more stress because you're just going, where am I getting all this money from? I don't have money for all of these things, right? Mandela, you my old money. And then what happens from there? You get a fridge. I got a fridge. And then I realized there's hardly anything that's ever in my fridge. My fridge is always empty. It's always empty. The most consistent thing in my fridge is the light that goes on when I open my fridge. That's the most consistent thing in my fridge. Open the door, light on. Close it, light off. That's all the consistency. If you want sauce, I've got the yellow sauce for you. Let me know and I'll make your sauce dreams come true, ladies and gentlemen. So that's all the stress you experience. Furniture. People don't tell you how expensive furniture is. That's all stress that goes with it. People don't. Oh my word. I didn't know furniture so expensive. If I knew it was that expensive, I would charge rent. This is my suggestion to you. When your friends come over and you just bought new furniture, charge them rent for the day. 50 Rand per seat on a couch. If they want to chill with you and they want to sit on the couch, they must pay you 50 Rand. Because then, if you have 10 friends over, that's 500 Rand. And that 500 Rand then goes to buying that couch. So then you don't have to stress too much about your rental or your bond or whatever the case is. You must work it smart. But I didn't do that. Do you know what I did? I bought the next best thing. I bought camping chairs. I bought camping chairs, ladies and gentlemen. I bought camping chairs. I bought 2 camping chairs. And then my friends who were real adults came to my place. They're like, oh my word, why do you have camping chairs? And I just looked at them. I said, because it feels like I'm on holiday all the time. It even got the glass holder over here. So it's really, really difficult, man. Oh my word. There we go. Natasha throws it in. Don't forget to bond life cover, insurance, household contents, and building stuff. Exactly, Natasha. You don't think about all these things. Dylan Luciano saying, reminding us of our millennial problems. 50 Rand per seat, Andeka. 50 Rand per seat. Your friends must pay. Your friends must pay. Because it's all about saving money. Once you get that bond sign off, once you rent your first place, it's all about saving money. And this is how I saved money. When I moved out on my first time, I only had 1 pig in my place. 1 pig. Why must I buy many pigs? I had 1 pig. The pig wasn't for the washing. No. Do you know what the pig was for? For the chips. Because I could put chips on bread and then that's dinner. You see, I'm smart. I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And I can also hang stuff up with that pig. But then the problem was when I bought biscuits. Now the biscuits were open and the chips were open. And I didn't want any of it to get old. And I was in a tough space. I'm like, do I go buy more pigs? No, we're saving money for the bond or the rental. So what did I do? I put the biscuits in the chips, closed it with 1 pig. Magic, I'm winning. My friends came over to me, opened, they're like, what's this? I said it was a discount at Macro. Don't get involved in my private affairs. Because no one tells you anything, people. No one tells you anything. I feel like we're just confused all the time. And it's very scary because this should be taught at school. Bonds, interest rate, lawyer's fees, household insurance, structural insurance. What's all these terms that's just being thrown out? It's a scary process, right? And you know what I did? I'm not a hands-on person. So if you're like me and you're not a hands-on person, what do? You rely on your parents. So my geyser burst. And I phoned my dad. He said, your geyser burst. I told him, yeah, my geyser burst. I told him, where's my geyser? He said, it's in the cupboard. I said, my geyser's in the cupboard. He's like, no, the switch, your main switch is in the cupboard. I'm like, oh my word, there's a main switch in the cupboard. What's it doing there? He's like, no, the switch for all your electricity. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. He said, now go put the main switch off. I put the main switch off. Then eventually the plumbers came. I'm not a hands-on person again. I'm confused. The plumbers came. They said, your geyser burst. This is all I said. I said, the switch is in the cupboard and the geyser is there. It's a real thing. Oh my word, here we go. Kristen Skierp is saying 55-inch TV fridge. First time buyer problems. Oh my word, Kristen Skierp. Melissa Brooks, she says, I agree. They should have taught us this at school. Let's not forget about tax. Exactly. Let's not forget about tax, Melissa. Here's the deal also. So I'm a proudly colored lighty, right, from Retreat. And the reason I say this is just to give you context for my next story. I moved out at 26, and when I moved out, it was early if you're a person of color. So if you're a person of color and you're on the chat and you're watching, 26 is early, right?
Feelings that I never knew. This
save up for it.
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family? Can I bank here?
Or even here?
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about two?
Can I go back to school? With Absa, I can.
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 I can. I can. I can.
We do more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, 2 parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the 2 of us? Or 3? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, nomagogo under one roof? It often means
We need a bigger place.
and doesn't family also always mean big plans?
It's big enough. It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max and I'm an actor. And like you, I'm staying home right now, so I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new, something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Want something to keep you with? And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
So I just went out to get ikozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba Ugogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, Ugogo saves more by buying more. Now this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
attorney who will then transfer the property from the seller to the buyer. There's also some admin that's required by the transferring attorney, ensuring that rates and taxes are up to date, ensuring that transfer duties are paid to SARS, etc. And this particular process, I mean, just to give an example of how much a buyer can expect to pay. So using the same variables again of a property of about 1.5 million, you are likely going to spend in the region of 80,000 Rand, making sure that you pay for both attorneys as well as the transfer duties, amongst other things as well. So again, you can see the value of ensuring that you do your homework prior to you entering into this transaction.
And talking about the transfer duty, I think one of the things that first-time home buyers need to know is if you purchase a property that costs less than 1 million rands in South Africa,
yes,
you actually don't pay the transfer duty. You only start paying this from 1 million rands and higher.
Yes.
So I really think the playing field is quite leveled here. The ground is fertile.
Yes.
There's so many reasons why people would be...
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just before we close off, I mean, that's not the end of it, is it, right? So there's also what happens after I've taken ownership of this property. Is this the end?
So it is actually the end. It's the end of the complicated bit, and now you're really getting to the exciting stuff. You've moved into your property. We encourage homeowners to take good care of their properties to make sure that it grows in value. So just a couple of tips on things that you should look out for. Look out for the property leaks. Clean gutters, especially before the start of the rains, which means around now, it's actually around about the time.
Yes.
I'll speak to my husband about that. So clean the gutters, but also regularly paint your property, cut the grass. These are all things that enhances the value of your property. But then most importantly, also make sure that you maintain your monthly repayments on time. because soon you'll be coming back buying another property.
Fantastic, fantastic. So there you have it, to our consumers, to our potential buyers. We wish you all the best, and definitely check out netbank.co.za/home loans for more information about what we've just spoken about. Thank you.
Good luck.
Welcome to the Virtual Property Show, South Africa's biggest online property event. Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit
Probably if
the
you're listening to this,
info
your goal
for
is to buy your
FAQs
first home.
or
So
any
spend-
assistance you may need. Now that you have your bearings, click on the Hello Visitor icon on the top right-hand corner and update your profile information for easy networking. You'll also be able to see your starred notifications here, as well as any meetings you may have scheduled. Now for the main stage. This is where all the action takes place. The main stage provides access to insightful keynote addresses from our incredible lineup of speakers, including industry professionals, influencers, and celebrities. Our laugh out loud comedy shows and stellar music performance by Sahara will also take place right here. You can easily navigate to check out our other speakers or see who's up next. With over 55 sessions, there is something for everyone. And now for the exhibition floor. Here you will meet all the brands that can assist you in achieving your property goals. We have categorized them to make it easier for you to find exactly who you are looking for. View them by category or view them all. Once you click on the exhibitor, it takes you to their booth. Here you can learn more about the company, look at their company details, and browse their special offerings. Now for the theatre sessions. Here you can easily join the live broadcasts and chat with fellow delegates. Want to interact with other people? Click the People tab to see all attendees. Find who you'd like to meet with, click Meet, select the date you would like to meet, and the time slot, and send your request. You will be notified when this request is accepted. And that is everything you need to know to participate in South Africa's biggest online property event. Enjoy the show!
So just one thing is not about depriving yourself. It's about saying, in all these luxuries that I enjoy, can I cut back just a little bit on some of them? So it's not about saying, I will never, ever go out for dinner again, or I will never do this, or I'll never do that. It's about saying, what if I do just one less thing a week or one less thing a month? So if you have a look at this example, what if you smoked one less box of cigarettes per week. And just by the way, if you really want to save money, give up smoking. It's extremely expensive and it'll put a lot of money in your pocket, but it'll also save you on life premiums. So there you are. That's a very quick way to save money. But I'm not asking you to give up all your cigarettes if you don't want to. Just smoking, cutting back a little bit. Eating out one less takeaway a month. Buying one less coffee a week. You know, your data consumption, maybe spending, 10 minutes less on Instagram every day, okay? You can probably put quite a bit of money in your pocket. Pack a lunch once a week rather than always buying the pie and Coke. It'd be also very much better for your health. Drinking one less beer a week. In my case, it's usually wine. Perhaps once in a while doing your own nails instead of going for a manicure. And what you will see here is that just by taking one little thing out of, little here, a little bit there, you land up saving yourself 1,000 Rand a month. So whenever people say to me, I don't have money to save, well, actually it's sitting there in your spending. It's just about what you're trying to achieve. And we're not asking for massive sacrifices. We're saying just find those little bits and things that you can cut back on. And another really, really great way to find a bit of extra cash is a side hustle. This year in Moneymaker, we had 3 of our candidates who had a side hustle. One was selling essential oils, another was selling some beauty products, and a third one actually during lockdown made biltong. But you may have a skill, or there may be a product that you're selling on the side as a side business. What it's very, very important to do, if you have a little bit of extra money, and I'm not talking about starting a financial empire, I'm saying just finding that little bit of side hustle that can find you that extra 500,000, maybe 2,000 Rand a month to help you reach your goals. So now you're in a situation where you found a little bit of cash from your budget. Maybe you've got a side hustle you can add to it. Now, the next step, the next hack is to make sure that money is earmarked for your goals. So say, for example, you cancel DSTV. That seems to be the favorite one at the moment. Sorry, DSTV. So I've saved myself 900 Rand. But what have you done? Is it just landing up in your normal day-to-day budget and getting blown on takeaway pizzas instead? You need to immediately allocate that 900 Rand, immediately, whether that is an extra payment into your debt, into your home loan. It could be an extra payment towards your kids' education or into tax-free investment. You immediately allocate it. It's the same with those just one things. If it's 80 Rand, 100 Rand, whatever that amount is, immediately allocate it towards your goals. Don't just leave it to be spent on something else. And I promise you, if you do that, if you find that little bit of extra money and you allocate it towards a goal, you will achieve your goals. Nono, one of our candidates from this year, did exactly that. And she paid off her credit card and her revolving loan within the 6-month period. And she said to me, Maya, I can't believe I did this. She said, I didn't have a salary increase. I didn't have a bonus. There wasn't anything special that happened. I just took my lazy money, that unconscious spending, the coffee's here, eating out there, and instead I allocated it to my debt repayments. And within 6 months, her debts were paid. So really it is about, again, having that budget, having that conscious idea about where you're able to find that money, and then giving that money a home, telling it where to go so that it achieves your goals. I promise you, if you start following that process, your finances are going to change. You're just going to start to see the impact really, really quickly. And to end off, considering that this is a property expo and many of you are looking at saving for your own space, your own home, I wanted to give one last hack about how to prepare yourself to be a homeowner. I want you to live as a homeowner before you become a homeowner. And what I mean by that is go and find out what home ownership actually costs. It's not just about the mortgage. There's a lot more that goes into home ownership other than the mortgage. And I want to share with you another slide, and which really highlights some of the additional expenses that I think many of us are not always aware of. So the cost of buying a home, first of all, this is just, for example, on a 2 million Rand sectional title property, you have massive amount of transaction costs. There are bond registration costs and property transfer costs that are really, really significant. And this is over and above the amount that you would may need to put down for a deposit. So as I said in the beginning, it's very important when you're setting a goal to buy a home to actually understand the cost implications. Now, if you own the property, these are kind of bills you can expect to pay over and above your mortgage. You've got building insurance, household insurance, rates, levies, water, electricity, maintenance. Oh, and just by the way, I've noticed I haven't adjusted this for the rate cut. So don't fall off your chair on the mortgage repayments. It'll actually be lower. But I would actually advise that you try and look at being able to pay in at least 10% more than the mortgage would be expected. It will give you a little bit of a buffer. But if you have a look at all of those additional costs, there's a lot more to owning a home than simply the mortgage. And you need to be prepared for that. And you need to start creating a budget specifically for that. So once you understand what this budget, homeowner budget, is going to look like, start applying it. So maybe you're renting at the moment or you're living at home. Work out how much more it's going to cost you to own a home by having done all of those things. As I said, it's not just the mortgage, it's all the other costs that are going to come with it. So work out how much more you need to be able to find in your budget to cope as a homeowner. And then start living like that now. Take that amount of money that you're going to need extra and start saving it, putting it into a 32-day notice, putting it away, and learning to live on that amount of money that you will have once you're a homeowner, or the less money you're going to have because you've got all those additional expenses. By doing this, you achieve two things. The first is that you, as I said, you're preparing yourself to become a homeowner, and at the same time, and by preparing yourself to be a homeowner, you're able to work out whether or not you can afford to move into your own home without making the transaction, getting yourself into financial difficulty. You will know beforehand, and you may realize that actually you're not ready for it yet, and you need to wait a little bit longer. Very, very important to stress test your budget before you make that big commitment. And the second thing that you're doing is you're building up a deposit, both for those transaction fees, but also as a deposit to put down when you become to buy the house. And now you come to the bank and you say to the bank, look at me. I've stress tested my budget. I have lived as a homeowner for the last 6 months, a year, however long you've done it. And I've got a deposit to put down. The bank's going to love you. The bank is probably going to give you a much better interest rate because they can see that you're somebody who can manage your finances. They'll see that you're someone who will be able to cope with the repayments. But not only that, you've put a deposit down, which means the bank is taking less risk than they would if you took a full mortgage. So that's really, really a win-win situation and a great hack for somebody who wants to be a first-time homeowner. Anyway, I hope that these tips have been valuable to you and that they're going to motivate you to take the first step towards your new financial freedom. But I'm really looking forward to engaging with you and to answering your questions.
And technology and the opportunities to make money whilst keeping your day job. And through the presentation, I hope to show you how to do that. The 4 different worlds in property: retail, office, residential, and industrial. These are performing very differently at the moment, and even post-COVID, very differently than before COVID. I think we've seen a massive move online in general, not just with offices, but with retail as well. So let's start with retail. Retail's been under pressure for a while with a weak economy, and now with online shopping, people are buying their groceries online, they're buying all sorts of things online and getting them delivered, and bigger items are getting bought online. Fridges and washing machines, and some people even buying cars online. So the online movement is gained massive momentum during COVID-19 across the world. And I think malls and shops are going to have to start reimagining how they operate. I think they're going to become showrooms. People are going to be going in just to see and touch and feel the product, and possibly then buying online anyway. And I think that's been going on for a while. Offices, we're seeing a massive reduction in office space. Everyone's looking at their businesses through a different lens and saying, do we need all the office space? Can we do things differently? Can we hot desk? And can we reduce our costs? And one of the easiest ways to reduce costs is to reduce your space. So offices are under pressure, and I think will be for a while. I think we'll see some conversions of offices possibly to residential and other uses over time. Industrial is doing a lot better than other sectors. However, its challenges are a weak economy. The logistics sector is doing well, and goods have to get from source to destination, whether you buy them online or whether you buy them at a shop. The goods have to be moved. So logistics is done well, and I think will continue to do well. And then the most exciting sector is residential, which has certainly caught me off guard, and very excited about what's happening there. There's a wave of first-time buyers that have come into the market due to the reduction in the interest rate. And the interest rate at 7% now is making it very attractive for first-time buyers that are renting. For the price of a rental around 8,000 Rand, 9,000 Rand, you can buy a nice property. So there's a great first-time buying opportunity, which first-time buyers are taking advantage of, and we're seeing a lot of activity in the market at the moment. And I think hopefully it lasts, and I think that the residential space is certainly very exciting. It shows confidence in the country as well, that if you are buying, you certainly are staying and investing in the economy. And so it certainly bodes well for the future of South Africa, that we're seeing the residential market hold up under such challenging economic times. So digital technology as an enabler. What does digital do for us, and what does technology do for us as an industry? So it clearly reduces costs. And at MaxProp Digital, we've started a totally new business called MaxProp Digital. We're totally remote. We don't have any offices. We have the best tools to support our practitioners and also give our clients a professional experience. And that is what technology does for us these days. So it first of all reduces your costs, in that you don't have to have this expensive rental and overhead. It allows us to scale, so we can have one practitioner or 1,000 practitioners. We don't have to keep on expanding office space, getting desks, etc., etc. We're able to grow really quickly, and we can also jump borders. So we can go to Mauritius and Namibia, and that's part of our bigger vision in time to come. And then it provides data to become more productive and effective. So we can use data which can be measured. And what's critical in any business is measuring what you do and then learning from it. Verifying that data and verifying those lessons, and then making it better. So that's what digital does. And a classic example is if you put an advert in a newspaper, how many people have seen that advert, and what is your response? What is your you don't know. You put an advert. Once you put the advert in the newspaper, well, you just hope that someone phones you off it. Whereas if you place an advert on digital, social media, you can then have very deep insight into who is seeing that advert and whether that advert is working. So that's one example of how digital is helping. And then we are creating business tools to leverage property practitioners' efforts. So we've created what we call the digital office, which is a fantastic tool for property practitioners. It gives them the tools to win. It's a listing and a CRM system, and it has a whole lot of other features which make our practitioners far more productive, but more importantly, give the client a better service and a more professional service and a deeper insight into the transaction. And then what digital enables is to create opportunities for supplementary income. And that's where we are saying we can create opportunities for people like yourselves to make money whilst still being in your day job. And I'll speak to that right at the end. We've created a program called the Connector Program, and very excited to be launching it at this virtual property show. So what else has digital done? Well, it's certainly enabled working remotely, and I think we've all had a taste of it. And working remotely is been exacerbated by the COVID-19 lockdown, and I think people that were thinking about it are now certainly have a very good idea what it's about. And it's not for everybody, but it's not for every job. So what jobs do suit remote work? And in my opinion, it's jobs that don't need monitoring on an hourly basis. If you're monitoring your employees on an hourly basis and measuring their productivity on how many hours they spend, then I don't think remote work is going to work for your business. However, one of the jobs that is perfectly suited to remote work is professional practitioners in real estate. And the reason is that they are success-based workers, employees, and they make money out of commission. So practitioners make money out of commission. The harder they work, the more money they make, and as a result, they don't need to be in an office space. In fact, if you go into a lot of offices, you will notice there's very few practitioners behind their desks, and rightly so. They need to be in front of clients, and that's why at Matchbox Digital we are totally remote. We have fantastic tools where we stay connected. We use Teams and Office 365 in our digital office to stay connected. And there's certain people that suit remote work, and certain people that absolutely don't suit it. So if the advantages are you do you. So if you need to drop your children off at school, or you prefer working in the afternoons and the evenings rather than the mornings, or you prefer working in the mornings and want the afternoons and evenings off, you do you. You can work when you want to work and when it makes sense to work. When is it productive? It's pointless working when clients are not available. So, is 9 o'clock on a Monday morning the right time to try and get hold of a buyer or seller when they're probably at work themselves? I don't think so. I think possibly, early evenings when they're relaxed, maybe that's the time to engage with them around progress on their property. So it's completely flexible, and it's up to the practitioners to you do you. You do what suits you and what's going to make you most productive. At Matchbox Digital, we certainly don't prescribe when people work, and we don't measure on hours. We work on different KPIs. We work on productivity, listings, quality of service to the client, and the big number is how many sales have you done. That's always the exciting part for both the business and the practitioner, is how much money are you making. Disadvantages of remote work clearly are distractions. I mean, we've all had children kind of tapping us on the shoulder while we're in the middle of a Teams call, and we've had the gardener who's knocked on the door, halfway through a meeting, and all those distractions that you pick up at home. I do think that for remote work, there's going to be some very clever remote working pods that come out where
saw you from the beginning.
I've been privileged enough to see her perform live pre-COVID, a multi-award winning singer-songwriter. So stay tuned for that, because at 5 p.m. we wrap up the main stage with none other than Zahara. Whoop whoop! Yes, this is my dance moves. This is my dance moves, and I hope you enjoy it. We can even do that. We can even do a little bit of that, and then the Jerusalem challenge with your feet. 1, 2, 3, and turn. There we go. And turn. So we're going to be jamming with Zahara at 5 p.m. today, and then we'll still have some breakaway sessions up until 7 p.m. Very important, right? Very important. I've been telling you this all the time. Okay, hop onto social media, hashtag VPS, and then also at us on our social media platforms on Twitter. We're at Private Property SA. But very important, right? As I want to read this because it's important. The theatre and sessions and the breakaway theatre sessions, right? They're aimed at educating you and getting your questions answered. So please go to those specific ones, okay? Go to those specific ones. It's in the main section. It's on one of the tabs, okay? You got the reception area, you got the main stage, exhibitions, theatre sessions, networking people. We want you to go to all of those tabs, ask questions, be as interactive as possible. We also want to know you. It's not about not seeing your face. We want to make it personal and sincere at the virtual property show. It's very important, right? So if you don't have a picture of yourself up yet, see, there's a lot of you without pictures. Let's just look. Dandeka, Petro, Cameron, Asanda, no picture. Lucy, away, I see you. Lucy's got a picture in the comment section, okay? So please, I want you to pop in as many of those comments as possible. And then tomorrow's going to be magic, ladies and gentlemen, because at 8 p.m., yes, at 8 p.m., we are having Mzansi's biggest house party. We are having South Africa's biggest house party, proudly brought to you by Private Property. I'm just making sure I get all the details over here. Here we go, ladies and gents. Private Property is bringing you the biggest house party with tons of SA's coolest house DJs tomorrow at 8 p.m. So we have the sessions from 10 a.m. onwards, then we wrap it up, right? And then at 8 p.m. we have SA's biggest house party with the biggest house DJs. House party, house DJs at the virtual property show. Come on, you gotta love the puns. House. And we all love house music, okay? We love it big time. I've got 45 seconds left as I go. My man Tino communicating with me here. This is what's gonna happen. They're gonna pop that code into the Zoom section, okay? They're gonna pop the Zoom code into the section, okay? They're gonna pop the Zoom ID into the section of the chats for tomorrow's house party, 8 p.m., the biggest house party. Get your jaw on, get the Jerusalem challenge going. 20 seconds left as I say cheers. But tonight we have Zahara at 5 p.m. Before we get there, 2 more speakers.
And I was now obligated to buy the house. And because I had declined the offer from the bank, I ended up having to settle out of court because the real estate agency said that I had, they were charging me on potential loss of income when they took the house off the market. So it was not a great start. And I think it was not a very intentional start, if I may put that out there, to invest in the real estate market, right? Specifically in property. When I started investing in the real estate market, I did not have a cooking clue of what it is that I was doing. I think what happens with a lot of people is that they find themselves in a situation where we are told you've got to invest. And then you find yourself with a little bit of money, and all of a sudden you think, okay, maybe property is something that I can invest in, purely because it seems a little bit more easier to invest in property if you do have the money. But also because if you look at the banks, what they do fund you for is to buy a property. Of all the asset classes that you would invest in, property is one of those where a bank does not mind actually giving you money or financing you to be able to buy that asset. If you look at the other asset classes, of course, it's equity. Which bank can you go to that's going to give you money if you say to them, I want to borrow money because I want to buy shares? Of course, unless you borrow as a personal loan or you use your credit card. But so and so to actually say to them, I'm looking for a credit facility that allows me or finances me buying shares, there isn't. Commodities, the only commodity that you can actually finance for is if you're financing for a car. Yes, a car is a commodity. For some people that you might not know, a car is something that you can sell for a profit, right? The other asset class is your bond. Where can you go and actually say, I want to put in a loan for a bond credit agreement or something like that? And of course, you then have your real estate, which property is one of those assets that you can get financing for that is specifically designed to actually finance. And of course, the last asset class is your cash, right? Yes, you can get cash in a personal loan, but we all know personal loan and credit cards do attract high interest rates. So in actual fact, property has always been seen as the land of milk and honey. So a lot of us, we run to property. But I think also coming from a very painful past in South Africa, where at some point black people and women in South Africa were not allowed to actually purchase their own property in their own name. In actual fact, if you were a woman in South Africa a couple of years ago, you needed to be married and your husband needed to be part of you buying a property. And also if you were black, at some point there were certain instances and spaces in South Africa where you were not allowed to buy and purchase and acquire property. So coming from a very painful past, a lot of our people are landless, a lot of our people are homeless, a lot of our people are finding themselves in a situation where they don't have access to opportunities where they can actually make money to be able to give themselves access to the real estate market or to property. So property for a lot of us also comes from being a legacy issue, being something that a dignity issue, being something that we buy not because we even think of the numbers and an investment, but we buy because we want to restore dignity in a family. We buy property because we want to have ownership, because we know ownership is also a big thing that helps in really rectifying some of the mistakes of our past in South Africa. So I think this is important for you as a person to understand who you are, understand your identity, so you understand why you want to move into the real estate or property market. I think it's very important for you to be able to open up and have that difficult conversation with yourself, because this will always dictate how you are going to buy. Property, unlike all the other asset class, is one of those where you've got to really thoroughly think about the beginning and the end. You know, with other asset classes, I'll take equity for instance. Equity is always touted as one of those asset classes where you can buy and just hold and hope to God that something great happens within the market, and eventually at some point you wake up one day and your shares are costing quite a big amount of money, right? Whereas with property, because we know how the market can play out, your property can actually get devalued. You can actually lose money from a property that you buy today in the next couple of years. So it is important that when you are going to be investing in property, you've got to understand what is your why. And the reason why I wanted to talk about this today is because I am very biased towards first-time buyers. They are my favorite group of people to speak to, because I always feel like although I'm in house number 7, I'm still a first-time buyer, because every single buying experience has lessons that you're going to learn from it. And it's funny because despite that one house that I went to try and buy, I had bought an apartment before that. But because my condition of buying looked different from the new buying conditions when I was buying the house that I ended up having to settle 125,000 rand out of court for, now all of a sudden there was quite a big change in how I needed to think about my big purchase that I was making. So So as a first-time buyer, it is important that you know what your buying strategy is. But of course, if you look at what a strategy is a high-level plan, basically. So it's you saying, this is what I want to do, this is why I want to do it, and this is how I'm going to do it. If you remember in English class or any other literature or grammar class, you always learn about the 5 W's and the 1 H. It's your where, what, why, where, what, who, why, when, and then it's your how, right? So with property, I always say also try and always apply those 5 W's and 1 H. But the most important is the why, the what, and the how. How are you going to do it? What is the actual plan? Often I hear people saying to me, Nicolette, I'm going to buy my first property in 2022. And then I'm like, okay, how are you going to buy it? They're like, I don't know. I'm like, but you can't say you're going to buy a house in 2022 if you don't know how you're going to do it. Are you going to need financing? Are you going to raise a deposit? Are you going to actually partner with someone on a joint bond account? Are you going to buy it on your own cash? So which means you've got to save the entire amount. So it is important that before you even consider buying property, you sit down and have an honest conversation with yourself on the how, the what are you buying, the why are you buying it, the when are you buying it, the where are you actually buying it. That will help you start to put together your buying plan. A buying plan is very important because a buying plan allows you then to also look outside of your own situation. What I always find is that people look at their own situation and then they say, okay, I'm ready to buy, so I'm going out to buy. Don't forget, and I speak a lot about this in my book, which is called What's Your Move? It is a #1 bestseller in the country right now, so you can go out there and buy it at the major retail bookshops, which is your exclusive books and your bargain books. You can also find it on Take a Lot. But one of the things I speak about in a chapter where I speak about how much I hate my house is the fact that, you know, the finance space is not black and white. It has quite a lot of shades of color, and I think a lot of people think that if they can get one thing correct, then everything will fall into place. It doesn't always work like that, which is why one of the other things that I always say is that your lifestyle goals and your financial goals need to have a conversation. They say, who's that guy who wrote that song, The Combos Are Communicating? So your lifestyle goals and your financial goals need to communicate because that's really important. Let me tell you why I say this, because you can plan. Let's say, for instance, you've been planning to buy a house for the last 2 years, right? Been planning to buy a house for the last 2 years. Boom! This is your year to buy a house. And then what happens? March, we get hit by a hard lockdown. Let's say you lose 50% of your salary, or they say to you, you're going to take a 50% salary cut. All of a sudden, everything has now changed. The market has changed. The conditions in the market have changed. Let me give you another better example. Let's say, for instance, you've been planning, so my birthday was on the 14th of September. Let's say I've been planning my birthday for the last 2 months. And I've been saying, my birthday is coming. We're coming out of winter. We're going into spring. So on the 14th of September, I'm going to be rocking a nice summer dress because it's springtime. I'm going to have a garden party because you know what? It's springtime, baby, so let's do this. And then what happens is that on the 13th, when I check the weather report, it says it's going to rain. Can I really still go ahead with a garden party in a summer dress? I'm fostering matters, and you mustn't fostella. So it's important to remember that yes, you may plan and you may plan very well, but we do know that within the market that our asset classes operate in, there are specific market conditions that need to be okay for you to go out and actually purchase what it is that you plan to purchase, especially if you're looking to purchase a house. So for a lot of people, COVID happened. On one side, by the way, don't get me wrong, on one side, it was an impeccable time for people to buy. On the other side, it was a terrible time for some people to buy. Why? Because market conditions don't always speak to all of us. Market conditions need to speak to your specific situation. So you've got to ask yourself the question, do the market conditions speak to me? Do the market conditions speak to the strategy that I've already put down? Remember, I always say it's important that when you're going to buy a house, you need a 12-month lead time. Why? Because there are certain things that need to be in place to ensure that you create a conducive environment for buying. You don't just wake up one day and think, ooh, I'm gonna buy myself a house. No, it doesn't work like that. You've got to actually plan first, do your 5 W's and your 1H, have a solid plan. After doing your 5 W's and the 1H, you then move to making that buying of that specific property into a SMART goal. Now you're looking at whether or not it is actually a goal that you can achieve, and you now put a timeline to it, right? Remember, your SMART goals need to have a timeline to them. If you don't remember what SMART stands for, the acronym SMART stands for, the first one is the goal needs to be simplified. Don't make it difficult. It needs to be simplified. So S stands for simple. The M stands for measurable. Is it a measurable goal? Can you actually measure it? Do you know how long it will take you? So can you put a specific measure matrix on it? The A stands for, is it attainable? Is it something that you can attain? You can't just say, oh, I'm gonna get myself a private jet. Is it attainable for you to get a private jet right now? Might not be for all of us. We might not have the muscle, the financial muscle, to be able to buy a private jet. So the goal needs to be something that is possible. It mustn't be something that you put in your mind and you're like, you know what, something that I want, but you know what, I know I'll never get to it, so I'm not even gonna think about it, right? And then you've got your R. Is it realistic, but also is it relevant? Is it relevant for the bigger picture of Nicolette's financial goals? Because that's important. Because you don't make a financial goal that doesn't speak to your lifestyle goals, that doesn't speak to your lifestyle. So you can't out of the blue say, ooh, I'm gonna go buy myself a van. Where are you going to use a van if you have no goals to be a farmer, you have no goal, you want to buy a van because your next door neighbor's got a van? No, so your financial goal also needs to be relevant to your life, but it also needs to be a realistic one, right? Going back to whether it's attainable or not. And then the T stands for time. It's gotta have a timeline to it. There must be a time horizon, as to say, I'm gonna buy myself a house, and I'm gonna buy myself a house in the next 2 years. What do I need to be able to buy myself a house in the next 2 years? I need to make sure that my credit score is in order. I need to make sure that I've put together my deposit. I need to make sure that I've got my transfer fee money. So all those things come back to now becoming what we call the implementation plan of your initial strategy. Remember, the initial strategy is that I know my 5 W's and my 1H. I know what I'm buying. I know when I'm buying it. I know where I'm buying. I know how I'm buying. And I know who I'm buying it for. Then you move to it, making it a SMART goal and putting a timeline on it. Then when you're done with that, you now do your implementation plan. And your implementation plan is all the small things that now need to come together to make sure that this bigger picture that you want to achieve is now something that is becoming a reality and is something that you can do. Remember what I said in the beginning, when it comes to property buying, you've got to start at the beginning and you got to go to the end. You gotta know why you are buying, what you are buying, and you gotta know how you're going to use it. And then when you are ready to dispose of the
show, South Africa's biggest online property event. Here's a quick tour of our simple and easy to use platform so that you can make the most of your 2-day expo experience. As you arrive, you'll be taken directly to the reception area. Here, you are able to browse our complete schedule of events for each day, including all upcoming sessions, speakers, and topics. See something you're interested in? Simply click the star icon to bookmark all your favorite sessions. These sessions will be saved under the tab My Interests, and we will send you a reminder before each session starts so that you don't miss a thing. Curious about the brands behind this event? Click the Sponsors tab to view our event partners and visit the info desk for FAQs or any assistance you may need. Now that you have your bearings, click on the Hello Visitor icon on the top right-hand corner and update your profile information for easy networking. You'll also be able to see your start notifications here, as well as any meetings you may have scheduled. Now for the main stage. This is where all the action takes place. The main stage provides access to insightful keynote addresses from our incredible lineup of speakers, including industry professionals, influencers, and celebrities. Our laugh out loud comedy shows and stellar music performance by Sahara will also take place right here. You can easily navigate to check out our other speakers or see who's up next. With over 55 sessions, there is something for everyone. And now for the exhibition floor. Here you will meet all the brands that can assist you in achieving your property goals. We have categorized them to make it easier for you to find exactly who you are looking for. View them by category or view them all. Once you click on the exhibitor, it takes you to their booth. Here you can learn more about the company, look at their company details, and browse their special offerings. Now for the theatre sessions. Here you can easily join the live broadcasts and chat with fellow delegates. Want to interact with other people? Click the People tab to see all attendees. Find who you'd like to meet with, click Meet, select the date you would like to meet, and the time slot, and send your request. You will be notified when this request is accepted. And that is everything you need to know to participate in South Africa's biggest online property event. Enjoy the show!
Can I? Can I save up for it?
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family? Can I bank here?
Or even here?
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about two?
Can I go back to school? With Absa, I can.
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 I can. I can.
We do more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, two parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the two of us? Or three? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, nomagogo under one roof? It often means
We need a bigger place.
and doesn't family also always mean big plans?
It's big enough. It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max and I'm an actor. And like you, I'm staying home right now, so I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new, something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Something to keep you with. And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
So I just went out to get ikorozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba Gogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, Gogo saves more by buying more. Now this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
And March 2020. So in this graph, we can clearly see the effect of lockdown on rental growth rates, which is in blue, as well as on inflation, which is in red. Rental growth has been trending below inflation for some time, at least the last 2 years, but you can clearly see that both of these dipped after March when lockdown began. So if inflation is just a way to measure an increase in overall price, why did it all of a sudden increase at a much lower pace, as we can see in this graph? Well, demand is a big driver of price increases. And in the first months of lockdown, consumers were only able to buy essentials and many consumers also suffered a loss of income, whether that was partially or fully. So both of these factors lowered demand for goods and products in general, and that is partially why we see such low inflation rates for the second quarter of the year, April to June. Rental growth is effectively the inflation of rental prices, right? So it should not be surprising that the rate at which rent increases also slow during this time. Usually rent increases for many reasons. Tenants move to nicer places or bigger places or places closer to work that are more expensive. Much of this happens because tenants can afford to move, but with many experiencing a loss of income, they now can't afford these higher rental prices, and this decrease in demand causes the low rental growth that we see in the graph. Something also happened on the supply side during lockdown. So because of the travel restrictions, many landlords had short-term rental properties on Airbnb and other similar sites sitting empty, and they decided to move their rental properties back to the long-term rental market. So they essentially flooded the market. Both the lower demand and the higher supply put downward pressure on rental prices, right? This will continue to be the case after lockdown. It will take some time for the economy to recover, so we don't expect to see a big rebound anytime soon. So how does this affect rental agents and landlords, you may ask? So if you're a rental agent, your commission is directly linked to the rental price, since it's usually a percentage of rent instead of a rand amount, right? So that means that your commission income that was already increasing at a level below inflation is now increasing even slower. The fact that your commission is growing slower than inflation also means that in real terms, your purchasing power is less, so you are essentially becoming a bit poorer. If you're a landlord, you must keep in mind that you probably won't be getting the rental increases that you used to get, since affordability is now a more important consideration for tenants than before. And since there's an oversupply of rental properties for tenants to choose from, you have a little less bargaining power. It is worth noting that we are speaking about rental prices and rental growth observed nationally, but not all provinces follow this trend. There are different economic variables that affect rental growth in different provinces and even in different cities within a province. Student housing is one such variable, as is economic activities like mining. We usually do a breakdown in the rental index so you can have a look in there for provincial rental growth rates and also arrears data. If rental growth was one aspect that was negatively affected by lockdown, it should come as no surprise that arrears was another one. Now, when we talk about arrears, we talk about two different metrics. We first look at the percentage of tenants who are in arrears, and then we also look at the size of the arrears. Both of these give an indication of how tenants paid their rent during lockdown. So let's have a look at this first graph. This shows the percentage of tenants in arrears from January to August this year. We can see that the number increased significantly from March to May, right? Expected. Many people returned to work again in June, so we see that this number dropped slowly down from June to August. The increase in this figure means, of course, that tenants who were never in arrears now actually owed rental money, either because they couldn't afford their rent or because they only paid partially. And while we've seen a decrease since May, there are still more tenants in arrears now than before lockdown. In March, only 19% of tenants were in arrears, and in August, this figure is still closer to 23%. This peaked at 26% in May, so we are at least a bit lower than that high point. Looking at the next graph, so when we calculate the average size of arrears, we look at it relative to the average rent. So if the average arrears size is 50%, it means that on average, a tenant who's in arrears is half a month's rent behind. When we look at the average arrears percentage over time this year, we can see that this metric, not surprisingly, also increased substantially from March to June, and then it stabilized over the last few months. For June through August, the average arrears size was at 105%, so that is just over 1 month's rent. To put it in perspective, this figure was under 80% in March. If we take both these metrics into consideration, one can actually argue that tenants who had smaller amounts outstanding paid up. That is why the percentage of tenants in arrears dropped, but not the average arrears size. I hope that makes sense. The tenants who are now still in arrears will most likely struggle a bit more to get their arrears down. Because remember that if a tenant stopped paying his rent for a few months and is now paying his rent in full again, they will have to fork out extra money to reduce that arrear size. And in this economic climate, it might be a bit tricky. So how does this affect rental agents and landlords, you may ask? Rental agents don't earn commission on rent that they haven't collected yet, and landlords, of course, don't receive any rental income if that tenant didn't pay rent. This means that both rental agents and landlords might experience cash flow problems. We've also seen from PayProp stats that the higher the outstanding rental amount, the lower the probability of you collecting that money in full. That means that the quicker you get onto your arrears, the higher the probability of you actually getting that money from your tenants. So you need to have a handle on it from the very beginning, and you need to have a plan to manage it, whether that is taking legal action, sending regular reminders, or making a payment arrangement with your tenant that they are actually able to commit to during this time. I think
you didn't look at where I was standing. I thought that we would never meet, but here we are now, two restless souls, lost in a room full of strangers. Oh, I wanna wash that sad look from your face, and maybe you can keep me away from dangers. Let's stick out together, baby. Oh, and spend some time, just you and me. I wanna set you free when no one else is there to see. Everybody knows you're a lady, yeah. But your eyes are telling me that there is more to see. Let's make our own destiny. Let's sneak out together, baby. Yeah. Please, baby. This evening will soon be over, and we'll be back in the roles we play. Always caught in the charades of life, longing for a sweeter day. But this can be our moment. Let's seize it here and now. Let's leave this room full of strangers. Oh, you'll wash this sad look from my face, and I'll keep
purchasing your first home, purchasing your first property. It's a big deal. It's massive. It's one of the biggest decisions you're going to make in your life. And that's why we have all these amazing speakers. We have all these amazing individuals who are in the various exhibition rooms. They're in the various theater sessions. They're in the networking space. They're on the main stage. We've got all these people. We've got things here to make your life easier when you want to apply for that first bond. When you have the view and you look at this place and you're like, oh my word, it's going to look amazing. The TV will go over there. The lounge suite will go over there. We'll get this type of flooring. We'll get the mat over here. There'll be a painting there. We'll get all this over here. And then you won't stress too much because now you're aware of what's needed because of all the amazing speakers and because of the virtual property show. So shout out to you guys and shout out to everyone who has made today possible. Very, very cool of you. Okay, so what's very important? I did mention all the live sessions, right? I told you go back to where it's all happening and you'll see the main stage, exhibition, theater sessions. Very important, ladies and gents, very important. All the sessions that happened are still available once we wrap up on the main stage. So we wrap up after Zahada's performance at 5:30, okay? But then all those video pieces that you might have missed because you were here or you were somewhere else are still available. And that's very important. Again, we told you it's all about being informed and the education of property going forward. Okay, so you can come back and watch it anytime. Share the link as long as you have a profile, right? As long as you have a profile, that's important. Spread the love, it's important, right? It's the Virtual Property Show, ladies and gentlemen, hosted by privateproperty.co.za, proudly sponsored by FNB, Absa, and Nedbank. There we go. It's the second session of day one. We're heading into our final speaker. If you do have any comments, pop it in the chat section. You've gone quiet. Are you still here? Where are you? I don't see you. Are you here? You're very quiet. What's happening? Speak to me. I need to make sure that you are there. Okay, lovely. I need to make sure that you are there. Keep chatting. It's very important. See, Maya Fisher French spoke earlier on. For those of you that don't know, I've got French roots. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I have French roots. It's in my surname. My surname is Oliver, which is a French surname. It's pronounced Olivier, right? Like Olivier Giroud, the football player. Or like my uncle from Belleville says, Olivier Giroud. Right? So Olivier. It's a French surname. And I grew up in Retreat. It's on the Cape Flats. For those of you that don't know, in South Africa, if you're not a gangster, they call you a France. And France is also the slang word for the country France, or the Afrikaans word for the country France. France. Right? So, after the time I walked past the gangsters on the corner, they acknowledged my French heritage. They were like, where France? I was like, how did you guys know? Then I spoke a bit of French. I was like, bonjour, oui, merci beaucoup, hey. And then as I said, merci beaucoup, and the one gangster said, are you Muhsin Sabru? I was like, no, that's my neighbor, but it's fine. And as I said, bonjour, oui. Why did I say oui? Because I was oui in my pants in case they tried to rob me. And here's the beautiful part about my French heritage, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beautiful part, okay? This is very, very important, okay? A lot of you don't know this, so I'm sharing things with you. It's very, very important. I was speaking to my dad, and my dad's a dad joke type of guy. And I asked him, Daddy, where's our French origins? Where does it lie? He says, no, it's in a very small village in the south of France. I said, where is this village, Daddy? He said, this village is called Monica Prate. If you know Afrikaans, you'll know Monica Prate. I'm talking a lot of nonsense. We're just here to have fun, ladies and gents. I'm making sure we balance everything between comedy and property and the education about it, okay? And again, the party continues. That's the cool thing. Before I introduce the next speaker, the party continues, ladies and gentlemen. Because tomorrow, remember, Private Property is bringing you the biggest house party. It's part of the property show. You got the house and house. Like I said, house every weekend. It's at 8 p.m. tomorrow. They'll send you the link. It's a Zoom ID in the specific chat, and you'll have all the logins over there. And then from there, you can come party with us. You must do the Jerusalem challenge. President Cyril Ramaphosa said, you must do the challenge. He didn't say when you must end it. He just said you must do it. So we will continue doing it until we have all the Jerusalem challenges possible in South Africa. It's Heritage Day every day in Mzansi because we're cool like that. Okay, so that's 8 p.m. tomorrow. Don't forget Zahara coming up at 5:30 before we head into our final speaker. I'm just checking up with Tino at least, how much time we have left because we want to make sure that things flow smoothly. It's very, very important. Okay, so without further ado, ladies and gents, it's your final speaker for day one of the Virtual Property Show, proudly brought to you by Absa, FNB, and Nedbank. So what I need you to do is just shake it loose wherever you are. You're at home, wherever you are. No one can see you. Just shake it loose. Shake it loose. There we go. Shake it loose. Shake it loose. Okay. Start clapping. There we go. Start screaming. Final speaker before Zahara at 5:30. Here we go. One of SA's favorite songbirds. But first, start the clapping. Start the screaming. Please give it up for... We're going to keep it going. Yes, we're going to keep it going. And I need more energy. You need to clap like you don't have debit orders. We spoke about debit orders. Remember we spoke about debit orders? That's how I want you to clap. I want you to clap like there's no load shedding. Remember how excited we were when there was no load shedding? Right? That's how excited you need to be. Okay. Okay? Come, I need to hear you. You need to scream. You need to scream and clap like it's the 2010 World Cup, 10 years ago. Remember that? There we go. That's what you need to do. I can't hear you. Come on. There we go. Actually, you need to count and scream and cheer like it did when the Springboks won the World Cup. Remember when Makazole, my pimpy, scored a try in the final? Yo, ladies and gentlemen, we went crazy. That's the type of gears that I want, because that's the type of gears that you're going to be taking into the house party at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Private property, making it rick. That's the gears that you're going to take, right? When you go into 5:30 session with Zahara. That's all the gears I need. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I loved about the World Cup, right? And you don't worry, if you see me communicating here, I'm just communicating with the tech team. Okay? You know what I love? You know what I love about the 2019 World Cup that the Springboks won? Is the beautiful nation building that happened. And this is why. Because we are a society filled with beautiful cultures, and we name our kids after sportsmen and sportswomen. Our colored parents name colored kids after football players. I'm not even stereotyping. I'm giving you facts. Our parents named us after football players, but not after football players of any generation. No. After the Brazilian football players, Ronaldo and Rivaldo. Remember those two? Mainly Ronaldo, not Cristiano. No, the one with the hair. That Ronaldo. So if you go anywhere on the Cape Flats, you shout, Ronaldo, Rivaldo. They will call out because that's who they are. The third most popular name on the Cape Flats is Jordan. But we still don't know if the parents named their child after the player or the shoe. I don't know. Either way, they have the shoe. Right? And then what I'm excited about is the fact that the God's parents name their kids after the rugby players.
Set you free when no one else is there to see. Everybody knows you are lady.
After COVID, everyone is gone. They're going to have their COVID babies coming out. The Springboks documentary about the World Cup, Chasing the Sun, is being released now on the 4th of October. And then in Brackenfell, the doctor's going to say, please welcome Sia Pinar. Sia Pinar, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful, that's what I want. I want the cultures mixed and Afrikaans names. The beautiful surname is going to happen. Next you're going to have Makazole van der Vesta.
Never gonna let you go.
And then you're just going to have Chisholm Koekemoe.
Never gonna let you go.
And my favorite one, you're just going to have in Krugersdorp, Owen Balito, Owen Constantia, wherever you want to say you go. Please welcome Bongi Burger. And Bongi Burger must be this lekker, chubby baby. And when the nurses and the doctors bring him out, they all sing, Bongi Burger.
Can I save up for it?
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family?
Can I bank here?
Or even here?
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about two?
Can I go back to school? With Absa, I can.
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 I can. I can.
We do more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, two parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the two of us? Or three? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, nomagogo under one roof? It often means
we need a bigger place.
And doesn't family also always mean big plans?
It's big enough. It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max and I'm an actor. And like you, I'm staying home right now, so I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new, something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Something to keep you warm. And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
So I just went out to get Ikozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba Gogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, Ugogo saves more by buying more. Now this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
During this lockdown period. What does that then do to rental escalation? Well, as a result of having a market where there's an oversupply of properties, more properties available than tenants looking, that drives down prices. So we've seen from a peak of nearly 6% of rental escalations year on year, that is deteriorated in the lockdown month to 1.6%. So currently, at the moment, what does it look like? A 1.6% increase on rent year on year at the moment. And certainly there are areas that are finding it more challenging. Definitely in our upper end of the market, rents above 12,000 Rand, we're already seeing in Q2 negative escalation. So we're seeing prices reducing in the upper end of the market, driven by that downscale of people into the lower rental brackets. So what does that do overall? It drives up vacancies. So vacancies, there are more properties that are available as tenants have a world of choice for properties that they can choose from. And we've seen vacancy rates now at the highest point that we've been surveying the data, and that's at 11.3% vacancies nationally around the country, increasing by 4% in the last 2 quarters. So in Q4 of 2019, that vacancy rate was only down at 7.47%, popping up in Q1 to 9%, and that was pre-lockdown. And then in the lockdown period, moving up to 11%. This particular graph now talks about consumers in general in terms of their overall credit scores. So what TPN does, our entire active tenant database, we rescore every month. We rescore them every month to see what is the risk of our client's portfolio month on month. And you'll see the blue line running along the x-axis, and that tells us the overall score of all tenants around the country as a percentage. TPN scores our tenants as an A, a B, or a C. An A is an excellent tenant, a B is a good tenant, a C is an average tenant. Those are our quality tenants. That's what we're scoring here. Our delinquent tenants would be our E's and our F's, an E being below average and an F being poor. So we're scoring our quality tenants, A, B's, and C's. And you'll see in the month of April, coming into lockdown, 67% of tenants around the country were scoring A, B, and C, quality tenants. In the month of May, that increased to 68%. Fascinating, although not so when you can explain it. So what happened in the month of May? Many credit providers, as well as landlords and estate agents, went out and said, we are going to give payment holidays. We know people haven't got an income, so let's give consumers payment holidays. And those payment holidays are reflected in your credit profile. And as a result of that, actually it had an improving status on many consumers, and that meant that out of all the national tenants that TPN re-credit checks on a monthly basis, it increased by 1%. 68% of tenants in South Africa were then quality tenants by their score. Coming in then to the following month, in the month of June, we've dropped down to 67%. And for the last 3 months, that has deteriorated actually down to 65% as the effects, as a long-term effects of COVID take effect. Those payment holidays are now over. People are going back to work. The economy is back open again. The problem is the economy is not back open at 100%. Businesses are not back to business as usual. And so it takes time for them to rebuild to what they were doing prior to the lockdown. And even worse than that, some businesses simply didn't open. So many businesses have closed down permanently, leaving many of their employees without work going forward. So let's look at the rental value analysis by rental value. So TPN looks at data across 5 different rental buckets. Our tenants below 3,000 Rand per month, our low end of the market. Our tenants in the 3,000 to 7,000 Rand bracket rent per month. In the 7,000 to 12,000 bracket, 12 to 25 and 25,000 up. So what can I tell you about the distribution? Importantly, our high end of the market, our rents above 25,000 Rand per month, you'll see that that distribution is only it's less than 1%. 0.9% of the market rents for above 25,000 Rand per month. The interesting part of this particular graph is that has deteriorated quarter on quarter down to from 1.8% down to 0.9%. So that's a 50% deterioration in the number of tenants in that particular distribution bracket. The 3,000 to 7,000 bracket has grown. It's grown as tenants have moved downscaled from the above 25, from the 12 to 25, and from the 7 to 12,000, they've moved down back into the 3,000 to 7,000 Rand bracket. Interestingly, the below 3,000 Rand bracket has also had a decline in the number of tenants in that particular bracket, and that's not driven by demand. The demand is there. It's driven by a lack of earnings, particularly for that segment of the market. And if I reflect back on BankServe Africa's National Take-Home Pay Index, you'll remember that those distribution of consumers were the most affected, where 35% of individuals in that category had lost their earnings from June 2020 compared to June 2019. So let's talk about rental payment profile. Here we look at the good standing of the tenants based on the category of rent or the value of rent that they are paying. So you will see that now the worst performing tenants are the tenants in the above 25,000 Rand, where only 60% of these tenants are able to pay their rent on time and in full. Quite a big deterioration, and they are now the worst performing, where in the past it was the below 3,000 Rand tenants. As you'll remember, there's only 0.9% of the tenants within this category, whereas there's nearly 15% tenants in the below 3,000 Rand category. So a far more severe impact if you're in the below 3,000 Rand category. But still only 62% of tenants in the below 3,000 Rand category are able to maintain their good standing status, being paid up by the end of the month, including all of the arrears that they may have. So what are the best performing tenants? The best performing tenants are the tenants in our 7,000 to 12,000 Rand category, and they have been for a very long time, but they make up a small portion. They only make up 22% of the market share. Still, that category is the best performing. Our 3,000 to 7,000 Rand category, remember, this is where the big distribution is, 56% of tenants in this distribution category. If we were to look at this category and split it in two, it's actually the 3,000 to 4,500 Rand tenants that are pulling that good standing down. And it is our 4,500 to 7,000 Rand category that's pushing the good standing up. So there seems to be a cutoff at 4,500 Rand. And so if you have a rental for less than 4,500 Rand, you are going to find it more challenging from a rent collection perspective. And if you move into that 4,500 Rand to 7 and 7 to 12, you're going to find that is a much easier segment on the market to collect rent from. Let's look at the market strength index, and you'll notice that market strength is deteriorating across all the market categories. Worst at the luxury end of the market, and then at the very low end of the market, the below 3,000. Actually, we've had market strength improvement. There is more demand for rentals in the below 3,000 Rand category. As I said, the challenge there in that particular category of the market is that the quality of tenant is not good enough to be able to place at the moment. And actually what we're seeing tenants, because they've been declined at one property, moving to many different landlords and estate agents looking for placement. Vacancy, again, not surprising. If we've got the worst performing in terms of rent collection at the top end, at the low end, our market strength is worst at the top end. And yes, we have market strength at the low end, but we know that the problem there is the quality of tenants. Not surprising then that the vacancies at the above 25,000 rentals peaking at 23%. Remember when we spoke about the fact that the distribution in that segment of the market had shrunk by 50%. So from 1.8% down to 0.9%, we've had a lot of tenants exit that end of the market. And as a result of that, vacancies are up to 23%. At the low end of the market, the below 3,000 Rand tenants, our vacancies are sitting at 17%. Again, not as a result of demand, because we still have demand at that end of the market. It's driven by the quality of application. Our best performing segments are those 4,500 to 7,000 and the 7 to 12,000, both of those sitting at around about 10% in terms of vacancies. Rental escalations, well, as we've said, if there's less demand, there's higher vacancies, that's going to drive down the pricing. Where's the pricing being driven down by? In that low end of the market, we're still seeing escalations above 2%. On average, we're seeing them at 1.6%, but in the luxury end of the market, there's negative escalation. So we've already seen price reductions. I can tell you that for Q3, the preliminary data.
But this can be our moment. Let's seize it here and now. Let's leave this room full of strangers. Oh, you'll wash this sad look from my face, and I'll keep you away from dangers. Let's dig out together, baby. Oh, and spend some time just you and me. I wanna set you free when no one all I wanna do. Oh, hey, hey, I'm never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. I'm never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. Oh, I'm never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. Oh.
An issue for the banks because they won't have any frame of reference in terms of assessing your credit risk. So luckily, we can work with a client with no credit score. It just means that that client isn't necessarily ready to buy right now.
So how would someone go about building a credit score from scratch or even begin to fix it if damaged?
So for sure, I think when people have got no credit score, it's actually quite ironic because those people are generally quite financially responsible and they haven't taken out credit because they prefer not to have credit. But because we need a frame of reference, the first thing I would suggest would be for a person to open either a cell phone account or a small retail account. Make sure they pay that account on a monthly basis, in full and on time, more importantly. So that's going to give the banks an idea of financial responsibility. If they can pay slightly extra, even better. But as long as they're paying the minimum amount in full, we'd be able to reassess that client in a couple of months' time, and a credit score would have been built up. So for those clients, previously with credit score issues, whether it be linked to payment profile, late payments, I would encourage them first and foremost to make sure that they don't take on more debt, even if it is to consolidate their existing debt. Definitely don't undertake any more debt and be disciplined enough to, again, pay the full minimum repayment every month and on time. Any extra funds that they can plow into their debt and close accounts, even better. And then certainly save money in terms of putting every extra cent that they've got into, firstly, servicing that debt correctly, and secondly, paying off as much as they can. We'd also be able to reassess those clients in a couple of months' time.
Yeah, and it's hard to see clients go through the process of pursuing a home only to have credit score mess it up and then have them feel that they'll never be able to buy a home. How early in the process should someone start assessing credit score or even get pre-qualified?
I would say the sooner the better. As soon as you think you're ready to embark upon a property purchase, and before you even start looking around for homes, connect with someone that can partner with you and support you from a financial perspective and prepare you. As soon as we can engage with that client, and if the credit score is poor or if there's a credit score we need to build up, we've got time in order to make that happen. So it's also important to remember that our pre-qualification certificate has got a 3-month shelf life. So if the client hasn't found a property in that time, we'll revisit them and make sure that pre-qualification is up to date.
Okay, great. So one thing that I do get a lot from clients when I'm telling them about pre-qualification is they ask, is the credit check going to affect their credit score? And I know there's hard check, soft check, and all of that. Could you explain that for us, please?
Sure. So the DIY tool, the online tool that we've got is not going to leave, a score will be provided, so it won't be a detailed report. So that's what's known as a soft check, and that's not going to leave a mark on their credit profile at all. And remember, once we go to the banks are going to individually do credit checks for that client, and that's what's going to leave a mark on the client's credit score.
Okay, great. Well, that pretty much covers it from my side in terms of what I get asked by buyers when it comes to pre-qualification. Should we open it up to Q&A to visitors of the expo?
Great, let's do that. If anyone has any questions for either myself or Willem, please let us know.
Can I? Can I save up for it?
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family?
Can I bank here?
Or even here?
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about two?
Can I go back to school? With Absa, I can.
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 I can. I can.
We do more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, 2 parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the 2 of us? Or 3? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, nomagogo under one roof? It often means
We need a bigger place.
and doesn't family also always mean big plans?
It's big enough. It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max, and
Dam,
I'm an actor.
cracks,
And
and
like
the roof.
you, I'm staying home
And
right
maybe
now,
with a
so
little...
I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new. Something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Something to keep you warm. And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
So I just went out to get ikrozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba Ugogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, Ugogo saves more by buying more. Now this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
Else was the seller hiding? I now had to have a hawk's eye to ensure that I find everything he was trying to hide. Do you climb on top of a roof and into a roof when you view a property? My ladder is in my car and I love roofs. Aren't these roof trusses just absolutely beautiful? I'm an ITC certified roof inspector and I will give you a detailed report on the condition of the roof. Pumi and Bongani was very happy and they said they were extremely lucky that they did a property inspection before they bought their dream house. Pumi absolutely fell in love with this property and she just wanted to put an offer in. But Bongani was the cautious one. He decided that he needed a property inspection. He was concerned about the roof and he was worried about the part where the seller had done extensions. I did the inspection, which took just over 3 hours and took more than 190 photographs. They were totally floored when they received the 60-page report. They did not think there were so many defects in the house. They did not notice the structural crack on the boundary wall, which was caused by the neighbor's tree. And Bongani thought that the peeling paint was just poor workmanship. But he did not realize that it was rising damp, which was going to cost thousands to repair. But their biggest surprise was the roof. They did not think that this little dent in the roof was that serious. They shared my report with the seller and requested to reduce the purchase price by the amount it was going to cost to repair all these major defects. The seller refused and they walked away from the deal. They were disappointed, but in actual fact, they were very grateful that they did not buy a house which was going to cost them a lot of money. The seller was totally shocked by all the defects and he lost a sale. But he only had himself to blame because he has not done regular maintenance on his house. Please join me tomorrow for more on maintenance. Paul and Sandra had mixed emotions before they bought their first property. They were excited, they were concerned, they were worried whether they were making the right decision. The house created such a good impression. It was beautifully painted and they wouldn't have to paint for about 5 years. They really enjoyed dreaming about building beautiful play areas for the children in the garden. After a lot of collaboration with family members, they decided to submit an offer to purchase. The agonizing wait of approvals and transfer was eventually over, and just over 3 months later, they got the keys to their dream house and eventually they could move in. What a shock. Paul ran into the kitchen when his wife screeched while unpacking the kitchen. There was major damp and mold in the kitchen cupboard, which came from a leaking balcony above. The outlet had not been waterproofed. They did not open the cupboards when they viewed the property. But the bigger shock was under the zinc. The zinc unit was totally rotten inside. I open all the cupboard doors and I also flush the toilets when I do a property inspection. But the biggest disappointment to them was the crack the seller had declared, and the seller had said, it's not serious, it comes and goes, and I have repaired it. It was actually a structural crack. They were totally disappointed, and they now had huge repair bills, or they had to go the legal route. If only they had done a property inspection, they would have not had these problems to contend with now. Can you afford to miss a structural crack in a built-in cupboard, which has extended into the roof? And now it's going to cost you 150,000 Rand to underpin these foundations. There are 15 different types of cracks, and you do not repair them all with a well-known crack filler. The most important thing about a crack is to identify it and then to repair, not patch it. Why was the entire outside of the house covered in crazing cracks? Is it serious? How do you repair it? Why was the boundary wall covered in mapping cracks? And the seller said this was a settlement crack. No, it's not. It is a structural crack, and it is serious. Make sure that you identify the cracks correctly, and then that you repair them. Don't patch them. Damp is my pet hate. According to me, it is the biggest problem in South African houses today, and it is because of a construction error. Builders today are not competent, and they do not work with competent supervisors on site. This is because of a construction error. The DPC was supposed to protrude by 10 millimeters, but it doesn't. I do an average 10 inspections a week, and in 2018 and 2019, I found one house that did not have rising damp. It is a nightmare, and it is very expensive to repair. It just doesn't stop. It starts at the bottom and goes about 1 meter high. The only way to repair, not patch rising damp, is to remove the plaster 1 meter high, treat the bricks with a waterproofing agent, then replaster the outside of the house with a waterproofing agent mixed in, and then you have to repaint the entire outside of the house again. As you can imagine, this is expensive. It costs about 850 Rand per square meter. Beware, rising damp is everywhere. Have you noticed the bubbling paint inside the house? Why is it in the passage? What is causing it, and how can you repair it? When you arrive at a house and it has been newly painted, please do not walk past the walls and say, yippee, I don't have to paint for the next couple of years. Look at the walls closely. The yellow circle indicates where the seller has painted over the damp. It is very clear to see if you know what to look for. The yellow arrows are indicating where the paint has started to bubble again and will soon peel. The red arrows indicate where the seller has patched the cracks, which have started to appear again. Please ensure that you look at freshly painted walls very closely. When you approach a house, look up. Look at the roof. Can you see how this roof is waving at you? Please know that if a roof is waving at you, you are going to wave goodbye to some money. the brand ring has started to sag, and there could be a problem with the roof trusses. When a king post pulls out of the nail plate like this, it is serious. This roof is going one way, and that is down. My client was totally shocked when I did a maintenance inspection for him and found that the roof trusses had been burned. The seller and the agent never disclosed that there had been a fire in the house previously. Unfortunately, the seller had immigrated, and my client now had to foot the bill to replace about 6 of these trusses. It is important to have an inspection done before you buy the property and know about these defects before the time. This was the worst roof cavity I have ever inspected. There were about 200 doves nesting in this roof cavity. There were numerous fleas and rodents, and I do not even want to think about all the diseases that there were. This is a serious health risk. My client's daughter had asthma, and they walked away from this house because it would have caused major health issues for their daughter. I always hear that flat roofs always leak. They always give problems. That is true if you do not maintain the waterproofing. Once the waterproofing has started to crack like this, it is not effective anymore. Flat roofs must be kept clean. A roof like this, covered in leaves and debris, will cause the water to pond, and it will cause roof leaks. That I can guarantee you. This seller declared to me that there was a roof leak, and he has tried everything and he cannot stop the roof to leak. It was no surprise to me when I climbed on top of the roof to see why the roof was still leaking. This is most definitely not the way to repair a roof leak. The seller had declared that he
You were clearly out of my league. You didn't look at where I was standing. I thought that we would never meet. But here we are now, two restless souls, lost in a room full of strangers. Oh, I wanna wash that sad look from your face, and maybe you can keep me away from dangers. Let's sneak out together, baby. Oh, and spend some time, just you and me. I wanna set you free when no one else is there to see. Everybody knows you're a lady, yeah. But your eyes are telling me that there is more to see. Let's make our own destiny. Let's sneak out together, baby. This evening will soon be over.
How long it will take for me to reach my destiny? Only God knows how long it will take for me to reach my destiny. Everything may be rushing on me, and everything may be too slow on me, but I'll be holding it down. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. 'Cause everything may be rushing on me, and everything may be too slow on me, but I'll be holding it down. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. Winning, losing, that ain't the matter. I'll keep on. I won't the pole, trying. I won't give up, 'cause everything may be rushing on, and everything may be so slow on me, but I'll be holding it down. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going, 'cause everything may be rushing on me, and everything may be too slow on me, but I'll be holding it down. I know. People telling me it's a highway, and I thought, but I knew in each and every end of the tunnel there'll be little light in the end. And I thought I'll take the route everybody else, oh yes, has been taken, but I know I have to find my own destiny. Everything may be, and everything may be, but I'll be I know, I know, 'cause everything may be rushing on me, and everything may be too slow on me, but I'll be holding it down. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. Me, I'm a village girl, and I'm a country girl, and I'm proud of it. Wherever I go in the world, to find their private poor property, because they're creating and making everybody feel as if they're at home all around the world. I remember in this time of COVID, the only thing I was praying for, that Lord, may I not lose my house. And that's what kept me going, because I still have a shelter. So thank you, private property. So wherever you are, you must just know they are there for you. And they make you feel at home. Gosiem pendul la angosiem pendul la angosiem pendul la angosiem pendul la au pendula 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 au pendula 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 au pendula 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 au pendula pendula pendula. Singamile ngokwetu awusiniela uwe singamile ngokwetu awusiniela uwe singamile ngokwetu awusiniyela kuwe singamile ngokwethu awuphendula phendula phendula awuphendula phendula phendula awuphendula phendula phendula awuphendula phendula phendula umhlaba wonke ujonge kuwe inhlupheko zethu zaziwa nguwe onezifo zethu zophiliswa nguwe novuyo lwethu aluvela kuwe awuphendula phendula phendula awuphendula phendula phendula awuphendula phendula phendula awuphendula phendula phendula oh Africa 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 phendula Africa 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 phendula oh phendula 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 oh phendula 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 oh phendula 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 oh phendula 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 Strength of a woman comes from within. You can get it down today. She will slowly come around. Strength of a woman comes from within. You may get it down today. She will slowly come around. Inyande ntoko usane mkolo. Hey, ibuhlungu inhliziyo yami. Azizenzele nesinhloko yam umphefumulo wam awufubi ibuhlungu inhliziyo yam izama ukubopha amaqonya am isandla sam sidangile
save up for it.
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family?
Can I bank here?
Or even here?
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about two?
Can I go back to school? With Absa, I can.
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 I can. I can.
We do more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, two parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the two of us? Or three? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, noma gogo under one roof? It often means
The guys need their payslip.
We need a bigger place.
And doesn't family also always mean big plans?
It's big enough. It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max and I'm an actor. And like you, I'm staying home right now, so I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new, something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Something to keep you with. And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
later. So I just went out to get ikrozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba ugogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, ugogo saves more by buying more. Now, this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
Of getting involved. So let me see if there's any questions here. So Kayla, 25 years old, would love to purchase a home, stay in Cape Town, and properties are super expensive in my city. Would you recommend purchase a different city? And I think, Kayla, great question, by the way, and it's all about orderly properties for orderly South Africans. And even in Cape Town, and I lived in Cape Town for 5 years. I lived in Johannesburg for 16. Even in Cape Town, there are places where you can actually invest, taking the profit without the risk. Properties that, are for ordinary Cape Townians. And ordinary Cape Townians, don't necessarily live in Camps Bay, right? But they live, they earn, they need a place to stay, they need affordable accommodation, they need quality affordable accommodation. So, maybe, Kayla, you should be looking at areas like Belleville, which is a wonderful opportunity to see, public and private money coming together. And we're going to discuss that, more in detail tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. for my second contribution to the virtual property show. So Yvonne says, do you have 5 key areas you would recommend for rentals right now in Johannesburg? No liability on your part. So Yvonne, yeah, I think that, there is a lot more than simply 5 areas. And, today we're going to discuss about more in detail about to choose an area. But I'm going to give you one, okay? So, I've invested in Johannesburg CBD from as early as 2009, and I'm still very positive, very optimistic, very upbeat about Johannesburg CBD, simply because you've got this convergence, orderly properties for orderly South Africans, so people that live in South Africa. And, there's a desperate need to be close to places of economic activity. So if you want to get one sort of hacking advice from me, is Joburg CBD still massive long-term opportunity. You can still buy properties for 200,000, 250,000 rand, which are going to give you cash flow positive properties. So that's definitely something that I would look at. So hopefully that sort of answer a question for Yvonne. And let me see if there's any other sort of further questions. So there's a question from Buiswa. You've been buying properties for renting out, and I have 2 sites that I want to build on. I've already done the house plan, awaiting approval from municipality. I also have a bonded property I'm still paying. When I want to build to sell, can the bank borrow me money and not expect me to pay the bond until the house is finished and sold? Can the bank give me at least 24 months before I could start paying the bond on the assumption the house will be sold by then? I think that, it's quite a long question, quite a great question, Buiswa. But I think that, my vision and where I really help ordinary South Africans to actually build extraordinary wealth is actually not by getting into complex projects. And for some reason, we love to make it complex. We like to make it difficult right from the word go. So Buiswa, before you make things difficult, by becoming a developer, build your skills, build your strengths, build your financial muscles in investing in property. And then, investing in property and development is a bit like soccer and rugby. Yes, they share a ball, but they're very different games. So just be very careful. This is a difficult time, both from a lending perspective, from zoning perspective, from approval perspective, to get into development. And I would say, rather just sort of focus on other type of property investments. And if you do it very carefully and do it with great caution. Right. So let me see. Linda, isn't the lack of maintenance a problem with Johannesburg CBD properties? Well, yes, okay, it's a problem. And I think that when you invest in Johannesburg CBD, it's really important that you develop an ability to conduct a very thorough due diligence on the financial health and the good governance of the body corporate, okay? Reality is that, call it backlogging maintenance is not just a Johannesburg CBD problem, okay? It's not a Johannesburg CBD problem. So Kayla, she's going to come straight to your booth, Carlo, and absolutely come and chat. And when you come to our booth, I've got, free knowledge. I've got a video online course on auctions that I'm going to give to all of you to come and join me. Take action for you to join a community of many, many hundreds of people in South Africa that are basically committed to sort of hack their property success. Plus, you can come and do a video chat and a live chat. I will be there myself personally for at least until the end of today. So, Kayla, absolutely come and join us any point in time. And I'm just checking if there is any other further question here. So I don't see any other questions. So I think in conclusion, while I sort of let me see, I think there is another queue here, right? So Tracy, what conversation must I have with my bank when I want to? Great question, Tracy. So I think one important thing is not necessarily the conversation, is the process that you follow. And I would say two simple things. Number one, you shouldn't be the one to talk directly to the banks, okay? Myself and, all the club members, we use the services of a professional money raising service, which is a lot more than simply a bond originator, because you only get one chance to make a great first impression with banks. And if you're going to portray your financial situations incorrectly, then it's going to be very difficult to go back to it. That's number one. Number two, you got to look at how you start moving away from investing in property in your own name, because at some stage, the limitations and the boundaries of the National Credit Act will come to stop you. But hack is, we discussed it in the masterclass, for those legal entities with gross asset value in excess of R1 million, then your entity is not dependent on the limitations and the boundaries of the National Credit Act. You become exempt, so you can take your game to the next level. And that's the kind of knowledge, advice, guidance that you're gonna get inside the Property Hacked Out Club. So I hope to see you in the booth in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So that was a great question. So I think we've answered that. Right. So let me see if there's anything last but not least. I think there is absolutely. So great to see you, Kayla. I will see you later inside the Property Hacked Out Club. And I think that we covered our 10 minutes of Q&A. So I just want to say that there's this powerful piece of wisdom coming from China that says that to know and to not to do is to not know. So you can have all the knowledge, you can have all the tools, you can have all the team, you can have all the collaboration platform. Ignorance. During the course of the show, you can join the club, 50% off. You can start literally from as little as 174 Rand per month. So I'll see you there. Thank you so much for attending, and I will chat to you.
Can I? Can I save up for it?
Can I move in?
Can I move on? Can I secure his future?
Can I keep it in the family?
Can I bank here?
Or even here.
Can I keep my money safe?
Can I get a little extra?
Can I ask her?
Can I manage one?
What about two?
Try ignorance. During the course of the show, you can join the club, 50% off. You can start literally from as little as 174 rand per month. So I'll see you there. Thank you so much for attending, and I will chat to you
We do
inside.
more so you can. That's Africanacity.
Define family.
Family, two parents and their children living together as a unit.
Okay, that's one definition. But what if it means just the two of us? Or three? Or me and my brothers starting a business? Or umama, umamkhulu, nomagogo under one roof? It often means
We need a bigger place.
and doesn't family also always mean big plans?
It's big enough. It's huge.
Little sparks. New beginnings. And brighter futures. See, whatever family means, to you, it means everything. That's why it takes a bank that does more to help. So, who's helping yours?
Eta, it's me, Smooth the cab driver. Actually, it's not. My name is Max and I'm an actor. And like you, I'm staying home right now, so I'm not earning the same income, making the future really uncertain. You know how they say it takes 21 days to form a new habit? So maybe we use this time to take a different look at our money, and hopefully we come out of this as ministers of our own finances. Let's change our habits together.
A little different these days. Maybe this is our chance to make something new, something better. What if our next chapter is all about help? It's clear we have not lost heart or hope. We found it in each other. So where to from here? Maybe we'll be as in this together as we are now. We will help businesses get back on their feet. We will keep what we have. Something to keep you work. And do what we can. Because when we all help, we have hope.
Eta? So I just went out to get ikrozanyana, and yeah, this kind of looks like Gogo's kitchen. Ngoba ugogo always buys in bulk. And for me, it's a first. But now I get it. You see, ugogo saves more by buying more. Now, this is a habit I'll keep once this ends, because even these small savings make a difference. But just get what you need and take it easy on the toilet paper, guys. What habits will you be keeping?
I'm writing to tell you how